everybody. Hello. How are we? Can we hear me okay? Are we coming in live? I mean, obviously we're live, but if you can hear this, we're live. Um All right, I take the hearts as a good sign. All right, we're here. Oh my goodness, welcome everybody. Kentucky Route Zero live stream. This stream is brought to you by All Hands and Hearts, which is a charity that focuses on disaster relief. They have a fund right now for Hurricanes Helene and Milton. So if you can, I posted a link in the chat to donate just a little bit, $5, couple dollars, anything helps. Those folks are like the entire towns have been leveled. People are dead. Lives have been ruined. It's quite serious. And recently, some of you know, actually, I think everybody here probably knows, I released a video on Kentucky Route Zero. And I really fell in love with the region while I was there, or while I was writing about it. I've never actually been there before. I just kind of fell in love with the region, and really, my heart really went out to it. Like again and again, I read about all the just hardships that this region has been through, which we're going to see today in this stream. We're going to learn a little bit more about them. And so after learning about this, and then Hurricane Helene happened while I was writing, it was just like, you know what, this is the last thing these folks need. So that's where I had the idea to do this charity stream. So if you can give a couple of dollars, it makes a huge difference. I don't see the money. I'm not even a middleman. If you donate to the link above, I don't see it at all. It goes directly to the charity. So anyway, yeah, shall we get started, everybody? I have saved this blank notebook just for us. I absolutely love the sort of the various drones in this game. If we're quiet for a minute, we can just sort of hear a drone. I just love it. I love all the drones. Anyway, let's get started. This opening screen here, it's kind of, it's like a makeshift compass, which I think really relates to the sort of theme of disorientation and being lost, not sure where we are. And right as we open here on Equus Oils, Conway drives in to Equus Oils, and he does so to ask for directions. So we start the game lost. And this sort of shot here, we start on the sun, sort of panning down. And this is actually, after this scene, is the last time we're going to see the sun until the end of the game at Act 5. So the entire game takes place over the course of one night. Anyway, and this first shot here, it mirrors the opening shot of Act 5 too, because you see the sort of morning sun is reflected in the water because you show up in a town that's been flooded, right? So you start looking at the sun in Act 1, and then in Act 5, right away, you see that same shot just reflected in the water, which I think is really cool. Yeah. So anyway, this is Conway. We don't know he's Conway yet, actually. Let's talk to our dog. An old hound and a straw hat. Both have seen better days. Oh, you can't even look at the, okay, you can't look at the truck now. Okay. A moving truck rumbles softly to itself. Painted on its side are the words Lizette's Antiques, furniture, glassware, curiosities. And then, if you're feeling especially adventurous, you can go over here and learn a little bit about the highway. In Interstate Highway 65, running from Alabama up to just shy of Chicago. It ought to be quitting time in this part of Kentucky, but the daylight just won't shake. The sun just won't go away. It's a little funny because, well, the sun kind of bails on us pretty quickly here, so we'll see. Here's our gas station attendant. Joseph sits between gas pumps in a Queen Anne armchair. His hair is gray and his glasses darkened. Joseph. Damn! Do you hear that wreck? It's a truck full of bottles. I don't know, beer bottles? Whiskey? Lost a tire or something and spilled booze and glass all over the interstate. What a mess. I hope they don't come down here looking for anything. We blew a damn fuse and it's all shut off. Did I hear a dog? What's your dog's name? Now, Joseph only heard a dog because he's blind. Joseph is actually a part of a triad in Kentucky Route Zero that we learn about in Act 3. He used to work underground, and at some point in his life, he went blind. Now, Joseph being blind, I think, is really interesting because we have a game about being in the darkness a lot, about being like lost at night. And in Act 4 specifically, bats become a really important animal. And bats are kind of a sacred animal in the game because, and I apologize, I'm repeating some stuff from the video. If it gets annoying me repeating stuff in the video, let me know. But I don't assume everybody here saw the video because, let's face it was 2 hours long and that's a really long time to watch a video for. So I'm going to be repeating facts for people who maybe didn't see the video. So in Act 4, bats are a really sacred animal because bats are able to see in the dark using echolocation. They've kind of adapted to seeing in the dark. And I think what the game is kind of trying to motion at there is bats are really comfortable being lost. Being lost or disoriented is kind of a state that our characters in Kentucky Route Zero constantly find ourselves in. And so I think Joseph here being blind is kind of like, and he's very at ease here at the gas station. Like, he's very comfortable. He's just relaxing in his Queen Anne armchair. He is comfortable. He's found a way to navigate just in a way other than using sight. He no longer needs to see. I think that's what the game is doing here with Joseph being blind. Anyway, this leads me on to our next point, which is the dog's name. So the dog can be a boy named Homer, or a girl named Blue, or we don't care. Now, I don't think, sure, it can be just some dog, I don't know. But naming the dog Homer is really significant here because Homer wrote the Odyssey, which is about a very, very long, winding journey home, which is really what the game is about. Well, I'm going to keep saying the game is about this and the game is about that. The game's about a lot of things, but it's one of the main themes of the game is this: how do we get home? What does home look like? What does home feel like to us? And anyway, so that's why I think Homer is an option. And her name is Blue, I think is a reference to a dog named Blue, which is a classic old folk song, I think, from this region. So I think it's sort of a nod to being set in Appalachia here. So I don't actually know how to set up a poll. Sorry, I'm not really up with how to stream anymore. But do we have votes in the chat for Homer or Blue? I'm going to take a minute to drink some coconut water while you guys think about it. We can enjoy the crickets too. I don't know what the delay is, but maybe folks don't really care. Maybe if we don't care what the dog's name is, we should just not care what the dog's name is. I'm going to go with that. Let's just not care what the dog's name is. Just some dog. I don't know his name. Sure! Oh no, it's too late! It's too late! Sorry, everybody. Michael, what an auspicious name, Def Michael. Hey, Wizard, I agree. The audio work in this game is exceptional. Tog, yeah, welcome, welcome. I really appreciated your comment. And yours too, Wizard. Thank you guys for coming. It's really great to see you. Anyway, let's continue on. Joseph. Sure, we got a couple of old cats that lurk around. Well, I bet he's a nice dog anyway. Well behaved, or he'd be after my dinner. Hey, here's some jerky for him. I made it myself. Didn't turn out well, but I bet a dog will eat it. Conway can say, I've been driving all evening looking for 5 Dogwood Drive, or I've got a delivery to make on Dogwood, but I'd rather watch the sunset. Oh, golly. I mean, the thing about the choices in this game is it's a choices don't matter game, which I think is a big barrier to entry for a lot of people. I think a lot of people bounce off this game when they realize that their choices don't matter, because that's frustrating, right? It's frustrating to be asked to make a choice and then that choice kind of amounts to nothing, right? That's not very fun to play. But I kind of love it. I mean, if all games were like that, sure, that would be frustrating. But I think for this particular game, it's really appropriate. It kind of forces you to live in the mind of the character. As I say in the video, your choices don't affect the future. They really just affect how the character you're currently playing as feels about the past. So here we're being asked, we know that Conway is lost right now. There's nothing we can do about that. That's the situation we're in. But is he sort of purpose driven, or does he want to get where he's going? And that's kind of up to us, the player, to sort of embody that intention. And so I guess the game kind of challenges you to bring yourself to it in that way. Said this in the video, but the choice is being able to say more about you than the game. It is really fascinating. Yeah, I think a lot of times when choices matter in games, we kind of treat it like a personality test almost. Like, oh, well, I chose A, B, and C options, and that means that I'm this type of person because I got this ending. And that's really fun when that happens, though this is a really different approach to things. Also, one thing that Cardboard Computer wanted to do was for you, the character, or for you, the player, to kind of embody the space in between audience member and actor. So you don't have any say in the script, right? If your choices mattered, then you would get to choose which way the script was going. You don't do that. You're just an actor here, or at most. And most of the time, you're more like an audience member. It is on you to watch the events unfold, to witness them, and to imbue those events with intention. And I think that's really what the choices don't matter is doing here. Wait, why is the perfectionist in you crying? Anyway, I have got a delivery to make on Dogwood. I mean, having played the game as many times as I have, I know that it's all about, long winding roads. As you can tell from this extremely long intro, and it's taking us so long to get anywhere in the game. But I don't know. I'd rather watch the sunset. I feel like is more in the spirit of the game. So let's kind of make choices in that direction. Yeah, it's the truth. You got to stop and breathe in that road. I bet while you're out driving, you let your eyes wander up the tree line and you just, well, I bet you're more of a poet than old Joseph. Conway wonders, do you like poetry? Oh, I just like to listen to the TV. I used to do a lot of poetry on the computer, but I just don't have an ear for it lately. Listen, you and your dog would have been driving up and down 65 all night. Dogwood Drive is on the other side of, well, to get there, you'd have to take the 0. And meaningfully, the 0 here, it's quite subtle right now, but the 0 here has a filter over it. So every time you hear about the 0, it has this sort of cloudy filter. There's a really good one. Passing over it to kind of give you the sense of, well, it's mysterious in some way. It's mystical somehow. The 0 is a tough route to find, but you can use my computer to look up directions. You'll have to head into the basement and reset the circuit breaker first. I'll be happy to have those winding lights back up anyway. It's too damn quiet out here. So the power is out here at the gas station, so we have to go reset the breaker down in the basement. The basement door is back there in the office. Appreciate your help, friend. Oh, and here, take this lamp. It gets dark. And so now we have a lamp. Excellent. And of course, we got that jerky, so... Oh, we can't give the jerky to Blue yet. That's a shame. What's on this side of the gas station? Can we see? You're right, Def. It is about the journey. It's always about the journey. Especially in Kentucky Route Zero. Alrighty, let's head into the basement. I love this panning shot down. Now, I have a theory about the basement here. So the basement has a spiral here. Now, folks who watch the video or have played the game know, hey Mel, welcome in, you made it. Folks who've watched the video or who have played Kentucky Route Zero know that there is a really important sort of sigil or earthwork path in Act 5. There's a spiral, there's a switchback, and then it kind of meanders off. And I think the path that you take here in the basement specifically sort of mimics that. This is sort of my harebrained cockamamie theory. So we have a spiral here. We have to go over here to these basement people, and then we're going to have to switch back and go down here, and we'll see some elevation changes as we go. And I think that's sort of kind of mimicking the path in the in Act 5, the earthwork path. That's what I think is happening. That's my cockamamie harebrained idea. Oh, excuse me, I have a little cough. Oh, excuse me. Emily, Ben, and Bob sit in folding chairs behind a worn card table. Papers, oddly shaped dice, and highway maps cover the tabletop. Conway clears his throat. Oh, like I just did, because I coughed. Have you all seen a breaker box down here? Emily says to Bob, did you hear something? Bob says back, no, sorry, I was looking at the rules again. Ben says to Bob, it gets easier as you go. Look, you said you rolled a 5, right? That means you get to pick up your marker and move it anywhere on the map. Then Bob says to Ben, so it's your turn now, right? Ben says to Bob, oh, yeah, I guess so. Where'd you put that 20-sided die? Emily, I don't see it. Did you drop it? Bob says, it should be easy enough to find. I mean, it glows in the dark. Again, we have this sort of playing with this motif of light. Joseph gives us a lamp because it's really dark in the basement. The die glows in the dark. Emily, Ben, and Bob are kind of our Greek chorus throughout the game, and so they're kind of telling us how to feel as we play the game. So here they're playing a game. They're playing like a tabletop game, just like we're actually playing Kentucky Route Zero. So they're kind of mirroring us. And they're confused playing this game because Kentucky Route Zero is an incredibly weird and hard to follow game. So let's find the die for them, shall we? Oh, a sign. A dusty, rusty sign is bolted onto the wall. These are the rules. No open flames near the gasoline. No consumption of beer or spirits on the premises. In case of sudden darkness, do not panic. Relax and count backwards from 5. Strictly limit time spent in the basement to fewer than 3 minutes of every hour. So there's definitely a lot of fumes here in the basement that we shouldn't be breathing. So who knows? We could be hallucinating. Let's turn off the light. The game piece. Conway picks up the glowing 20-sided die and inspects it. The number 5 is facing up. It's just a small piece of plastic, but it has a reassuring, almost comforting weight. He places the object in his jacket pocket. 5 lets you move anywhere. Do you think there's any significance to that, Mel? 5 lets you move anywhere on the map. Okay, well, they're gone now. But they've left their instruments. There's the banjo and the fiddle and the stand-up bass, I guess. That's weird that they've left their instruments. But yeah, they're gone now. And they could never see Conway anyway. Very mysterious, very mysterious. So we have the option to either... Folding chairs are arranged around a worn card table. The chairs are empty and the surface of the table is bare. So we can either leave the die on the table or keep it in our pocket. I am loath to do it because I totally missed what you guys directed me to do last time. But what the heck? Should we keep it in our pocket or should we take it with us? I'll give you, I don't know, a minute or something. A minute feels like a long time to kill time. Oh, you know what? I know what I can do while I'm waiting for you guys to decide. Should we keep the die or should we put it on the table? In the meantime, I want to tell you about why his name is Conway. So Conway is named after John Conway, who is a mathematician. There's a lot of characters, especially in Act 1, named for computer scientists, mathematicians, etc., folks in information theory. And Conway is named for John Conway, who maybe you've heard of Conway's Game of Life, which is the first 0-player game, which feels like an appropriate thing to reference here in Kentucky Route Zero, which is a game where our choices don't matter. So I want to show you guys, let's see. Go ahead and keep saying whether or not we should keep it in. I appreciate the votes that we have so far. Anyway, in the meantime, I want to show you Conway's Game of Life. Let's see here. Conway's Game of Life. I have a way to mess around with this. Here we are. Yes. So Conway's Game of Life is a grid. It's a 2D grid, and it has special rules, which I wrote down because I'm a very prepared streamer. Actually, I'm a very anxious streamer. I'm very nervous to be here. That's why I had to stop streaming. It made me kind of anxious. But I've done a lot of prep for today, so I think we'll have a good time. Okay, so Conway's Game of Life is a 2D grid, and cells are either lit or not lit. I'm lighting them up here as I click them. A lit cell means that it is alive, so it's simulating life is what it's trying to do in this very simplified way. So a lit is a live cell, dark is a dead cell, and it has rules. It has rules for live cells and it has rules for dead cells. So dead cells are unlit cells here. If they have 3 neighbors, so if they have 3 lit neighbors to them, this sort of center cell here, that's sort of, actually, here we go. This center cell here would light up in the next generation, which we'll see here if I hit go. Boop. That's fun. So that center cell lit up. Oh boy. Can we do, how about this? Let's way down our generations per second. Okay. So yes. Okay. So 3 lit neighbors means that on the next cell, that dead cell will light up. However, the lit cells can die too. If it has less than 2 neighbors, then it dies because it's underpopulated. It doesn't have anybody to like perpetuate life with, so it dies. If it has more than 3 neighbors, then it also dies because then it's overpopulation. It's spreading its resources too thin. So it only lives, that cell only stays lit if it has 2 to 3 lit neighbors. So you can make these, as Wizard is saying here, you can make these gorgeous patterns in it. And one thing that I think is really interesting is that there's lots of different patterns that have names for them in the Game of Life community. Thank you, Mila. In the Game of Life community, there's lots of patterns that sort of happen. So for example, if I have 3 lit cells in a row, we see it's called a blinker, right? It just sort of does this round and round and round thing here, which is pretty cool. So there's other ones too. There's ones that are just stable, like they just don't do anything. So every cell here has not has 2 to 3 neighbors, so all cells will continue to live. However, no dark cells has more than three. No dark cell has more than 3 neighbors, so they all stay dark. So if we hit pause here, nothing happens. And all of these things they have. So this has a name. All these little configurations, they're like known configurations. So this one is called a beehive. And this one is called a blinker. So here we have a blinker and a beehive. And I think the names are just like extremely charming, honestly. Meanwhile, there's this other thing that I think is quite cool, and they're called spaceships. And spaceships will just shoot off in a direction, never to be seen again. I'll show you an example. It looks like this guy. This is a spaceship. So there it goes. Slowly. Let's increase our generations for a second. There he goes. He's just going off the screen. Wave goodbye. Goodbye, buddy. I think that's called a pentomino, that one. I might be wrong about that. I didn't write that one down. Sorry. Hey, Ricky, what's up? Spaceship is awesome. There's some really complicated spaceships, too, that just, like, perpetuate their way across the screen. It's the best. A glider. Oh, my God. Thank you, Wizard. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's a glider. So what I thought would be fun, since we're all here streaming, well, I'm streaming and you people are stuck with me. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Is I found a different kind of pattern. This pattern is called a Methuselah because it's very long-lived. This particular pattern goes for like 14,000 generations. So I figure we can just kind of let it go in the background and kind of check in on it every once in a while. I figured that would be really fun as we're streaming. Oh, that's going the wrong way. We want 1 generation per second. There we go. Here, let's let it go for a minute because they're just so pretty to watch. Look at it. Jude, I actually am not sure how to pronounce your name. Is that appropriate? Have I addressed you appropriately, Chu? I've never been in a stream with you, so I'm not sure. This one is called Bunnies because it populates like bunnies. And it belongs to a class of patterns called Methuselahs. And you can see the Methuselah, it sort of creates like little things that until they're touched, they're sort of stable, right? So we have a blinker here and we have a block here. These 4, they're not going to move. We've got a beehive showing up here. Oh, there's a spaceship. Hey, buddy. So yeah, I think it'd be cool. Just kind of let this, just kind of let this do its thing while we're in the background here. Oh, heck yeah, Ricky. Inscription is so good. I'm so glad, Ricky. Anyway, so is Conway's Game of Life an SCP? I mean, anything is an SCP if you put your mind to it, right? Anyway, let's get back to the game, shall we? We'll check back on that later. Let's see. What did we say here? I think it was an overwhelming for keep. Take it, keep it. Okay, let's keep it. You never know when you're going to need a 20-sided die. So let's hit over here to the breaker. And let's throw the breaker. Aha! And so this reveals our very first horse. It turns out the horse head at the top of Equus Oils. It's named Equus Oils because the whole thing is shaped like a galloping horse, which is really cool. Yeah, so horses are extremely important in Kentucky Route Zero. The whole, like, when you start it up, the first thing you see is a horse, I believe. It's sort of the logo, at least for Act 1 of the game. And there's a lot of wondering about what horses could represent in the game. I think the most compelling argument that I saw is that horses represent the working class. It's a game about unionization. It's a game with a lot of themes about labor, and especially in the framework that I talked about it in my video. I think that fits in really neatly with my particular take on Kentucky Route Zero, that they're not, that they're extremely hardworking, that they're sort of the backbone, I guess, of kind of society in a lot of ways. It's sort of more an antiquated way of thinking. But if you think about it like cars, we measure them in horsepower. And so horses are kind of a unit of measurement of power in that sense. So anyway, horses maybe represent the working class. There are a lot of other theories about that too. But yeah, anyway, so Equus oils, horses, 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 everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. At one point, Shannon says that they're odd because they're neither domesticated nor wild. And this idea of wild is also present in Act 5 when Ron shows a tape at the station, and the tape is called Wild, and he says everything on that tape was wild, which is just a really good line. Absolutely, Arams. I'm sorry if I'm saying Arames. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. But yeah, totally. Welcome in. Let's see. Also, while we're here, I need to. Nightbot is kind of let me down here, so I need to myself paste that in the chat. So this stream is brought to you by Hurricane Helene relief. Kentucky Route Zero is based in a part of the world that has recently had kind of a hard time thanks to climate change and thanks to hurricanes that have hit the region. And I mean, I just spent all this time making this video on Kentucky Route Zero, and I really fell in love with the game, and I fell in love with the region as well, and really got to know a lot of the hard things that the region has been through recently. So, not recently, but historically speaking. So, yeah, it really felt necessary for me to do something to kind of give back a little bit. So if you can give a couple of dollars, any little change that you can throw that way, that is the link to do it at. And I'm sure those folks would super duper duper appreciate it. Horse and cars, it's automation all over again. Absolutely, Chew. Absolutely. It really does fit with the ending. Honestly, it was almost spooky to me to be reading on the news about a hurricane while I was writing about Act 5, a town that was hit by a hurricane. Like, I don't know, this game feels more relevant than ever to me. So that's why I really wanted to talk about it and why I really wanted to do this charity stream. Anyway, can we talk to Joseph again? So as you can see, it's night now that we finally shook the sun, and it's nighttime, and we're not going to see the sun again until the end of Act 5, which means we're not going to see the sun again for the rest of the stream. So I hope you're all night owls. Joseph says, there it is, just listen to those lights whine. Yep. Conway says, well, I'd better go get those directions and head to the Zero. Oh, I should tell him about the people in the basement, huh? There are some people down in your basement playing some kind of game, but they're gone now. In the basement? No, I don't think so. Maybe that lamplight was playing tricks on you, huh? Well, strange things happen underground, especially in the dark. So, computer's in the office. You're looking for Marquez. She knows her way around those roads. She'll get you to the Zero. The password is, damn, I usually feel it out. Muscle memory, you know? Have you guys ever had a time when you try to input your password and you realize you've forgotten your password, and then you're like, what is the muscle memory again? And then you run out of tries because like you've forgotten the muscle memory and you certainly don't remember the password, and you're like, is there a 0? Is there a 1? Is there an 8? Do you know what I mean? Anyway, that's what that makes me think of. It's kind of long, kind of like a short poem, I think. One of those short poems that really just sums it all up. You'll figure it out. Let's go see the computer. The password might be muscle memory. Oh my gosh, yes, if the keyboard layout changes. Totally, totally. I accidentally went to the basement again. My bad, my bad. Where's the computer? Computer? There's the computer. Conway taps a key, waking the computer from its reverie. Reverie. Reverie, I think, is a really essential word right here because I talked about disorientation and being lost, kind of a key aspect of the game. And I think the other half of that is reverie, the sense of being in a trance, the thing that you're doing while you're getting lost. You're sort of being distracted, finding yourself in a reverie. And sometimes these moments of reverie can kind of lend themselves a sort of clarity. And again, I talked about all this in the video. Sorry for everybody who watched the video already. But anyway, I just think it's really significant that the computer, even the electrical equipment around us, even the computers around us, experience reverie. You have to look away to unlock your PC. That's crazy, Milos. All right, user, Conway or Joseph? I think we should be honest with the computer. We're Conway. Conway's not real. Oh, geez. Joseph. Okay. And then the password is sort of, I believe, a 3-line poem that we make up right here. And whatever we make up just totally works. So I think I talk and listen to him talking is a line that's always really spoken to me. Get it? Spoken to me. I talk and listen to him talking. Is that something close to the half asleep moment you talked about? It's extremely close, Tong Yao. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really related. This sort of idea of reverie. That's kind of a word. So the half asleep moment is a word or a phrase that I took from a lecture that Cardboard Computer gave the NYU Game Design School. They talked about the half asleep moments, and they talked about doing them visually and in text too. And I'll point out examples of both as we go. So these half asleep moments are times when the game is kind of designed to put you, the player, in a reverie. And I just wanted to point out the computer being in a reverie because we get put in a reverie by the game, but also the sort of characters or elements in the game also experience a reverie as well. It's not just us, it's everybody. Okay, continuing on with the poem. Nobody saw the accident. The moon throbs. It's late. I like the moon throbs because it's so visual, you know? You just breathe road. The lights whine. It will only get later. I love it will only get later. It's so ominous. I don't know. I just like it. So our poem was, I talk and listen to him talking. The moon throbs. It will only get later. Nightbot, everybody, welcome Nightbot to the chat. Thank you so much, Nightbot. Now I don't have to post that myself every 20 minutes. Oh, good to see you, Nightbot. Also, Zoe, hey, how are you? Marcus, welcome. Pro tip, if you do want to watch from the beginning, you can watch the stream from the beginning at like 1.5 speed or something, and then it'll slow down once you're caught up to live. If you do want to watch from the beginning. But also, you know, watch how you want to. I'm not your mom. How is it going here? Figuring it all out? Oh, that's Joseph from shouting from the Queen Anne armchair. How's it going in there? Figuring it all out? Sure you are. Messages, address book, games, exit. I mean, obviously I need to check if there's games on your phone. Games is not real. I mean, that feels a little bit pointed. Feels a little bit pointed, games. Maybe, I mean, I'm playing a game right now, right? Let's see. Let's snoop a little bit. Let's check out his messages. One is from Donald at hotmc. Oh, hotmc. Oh my God. I'm just this moment realizing the domain is hallofthemountainking.mail. That's crazy. I just realized that because Donald lives in the Hall of the Mountain King in Act 3. We learned that. Nightbot had a long night. Message 2 is from Accounts at Consolidated. Well, let's read this message from Donald. Subject, fragments dim of lovely forms. This is just classic Donald. Oh my God. Joseph, I know it's been a while, and I know you're still sore, but there's a whole world in here. We need your help to unmask it. Yes, the caves are cold and damp, and we are old and lame. Never mind. I can't remember why I even started writing this. I miss those days in the lab, with you and our dear Lula. Maybe you found your own Xanadu. Well, so have I. I'm really struck reading this on this playthrough, this message from Donald, that like it starts out with like, "Hey man, how you been? Anyway, I know that we had that fight, but I just really think we have something that we could work on together." And then he's like mad at him by like he gets mad at him in the course of writing this message to his old friend. Which it's like, okay, I mean, read it through for a second draft, man. um, anyway, end of message. Accounts consolidated. Subject, account standing urgent. Dear Equus Oils, this is an urgent automated message that your account is overdue by more than 14 days. In response, we have switched you to our low reliability Dirty Power Plus plan. Oh, consolidated power. You guys are such jerks. Uh, yeah, I guess Equus Oils isn't making its bills to Consolidated Power, but honestly, who is? Everybody is in debt to Consolidated Power. They feed on it. They feed on the debt. And so I think the name of the plan, Low Reliability Dirty Power Plus, is pretty funny. But I think it's also interesting to note here that they specifically note that it's an automated message. So this goes to this theme of automation that I talk about extensively. And also Catburger, don't forget Catburger, talks about extensively in the video. And that's another major thing that this game needs us to deal with. People say that this game is really boring, but I think there's so much going on in it. It's really hard to get bored if you take a moment and just try and understand what it's saying to you. There's just so much going on. It's overwhelming. It is so confusing, Donald's message. Yes, Donald's message is so confusing the first time that you read it. Because it's like, who are you? And it's just like really loaded too. And it just feels like you've walked into an argument. Anyway, consider making a payment immediately to obviate the need for us to switch you to Sustained Brownout Select. It's crazy that there's a plan below Low Reliability Dirty Power Plus plan. It's a really funny game. The language alone makes it not boring if you're willing to meet it halfway. Absolutely true, Wizard. Absolutely true. Sincerely, your friends at the Consolidated Power Company. End of message. Okay, and then we have Donald. All right, let's move on. Let's get that address, shall we? The 0, Dogwood Drive, Marquez, exit address book. Well, we need to go to the 0, so let's see what that says. The 0 is not real. Okay, well, ultimately we need to go to Dogwood Drive, so let's see what that says. Dogwood Drive is not real. That doesn't bode well for us. Okay, well, we were told that Marquez, whichever Marquez we're talking about here, knows how to get to the 0. So let's see what that's about. Marquez residence. Marquez residence, 100 Macondo Lane. Head northeast on 65 and turn left as soon as you see that ugly tree that's always on fire. Look for the barn at the base of the mountain there. Can't miss it. So the Marquez farmhouse. 100 Macondo Lane, of course, is from Gabriel Garcia Marquez's work. There's actually very few references to Gabriel Garcia Marquez, which was a little bit surprising to folks who were just playing Act 1 after paying for the Kickstarter for Kentucky Route Zero, because they were told this is a surrealist point-and-click game. And there's actually very few references to Gabriel Garcia Marquez. There's Shannon and Weaver Marquez, and they live on Macondo Lane. And it's kind of like stops there. And actually, what Jake Elliott of Cardboard Computer says is that I was actually much more inspired by Southern Gothic writing and sort of the supernatural elements in Southern Gothic, and specifically the experiences that those characters have when confronted with the divine. And the divine is not like a nice, shining, pure light. It's terrifying. It's a terrifying, all-powerful thing that can crush you like a bug, almost Lovecraftian. Even. So I think that that's sort of the direction of magical realism that the game decided to take. They decided to take once they started writing it. If there is a plus, there must be a minus. Interesting. Interestingly put, Lyrical Rose. Okay. Got it? Out there on Macondo somewhere, right? Yeah, that's it. Hey, look, while you're down there, I loaded that old TV of mine into your truck. I borrowed that thing from Weaver Marquez a number of years ago, and now that the power's all weird over here, I can't pick up anything but static and public access anyway. She was always more of a reader, but maybe she'd want it back at home. It's a nice TV. All right, so we've been saddled with an additional delivery here. Classic video game. Classic video game. Yeah, it's very rural set of instructions, of directions or instructions to get where we're going. That's true. And I don't know. I have this memory of one time I was in Louisiana and it was like the border of Louisiana and Texas. And I was going for a job interview, and I'm from the Pacific Northwest. I very much live and die by Google Maps. And they kept saying, like, well, you just go take that feeder road past that tree. You just take the feeder road past the tree. And I'm like, what is the feeder road? Well, give me a name for the road. I need to know the name of the road or I'm never going to get there. It was just total culture shock for me. Total culture shock. Absolute city girl in the country failure moment. It's time to go. Actually, can we give our dog the jerky? Oh, yeah, we gotta talk to our dog. How's it going, old man? Take it easy, old man. Let's check in with the dog. These sort of conversations with the dog are persistent throughout the entire game. And we, like, ask the dog questions. And we sort of share our thoughts with the dog. It's interesting. The dog is just like a blank slate. The dog is just there to listen. And I think that's very realistic to how we think of, or at least how I think of animals in real life. Like, I just talk to them and I ask them questions and they don't have an answer. And I find myself sort of projecting onto them. It's a little bit of therapizing the animal gives me. Just right there, just because, like, well, I'm going to answer the question for myself since you're not going to answer the question. And I think that's what kind of the game is doing with the conversations with the dog as well. How about a treat? We got to give the dog a treat. It's so important to give the dog a treat. Here's some jerky. Yeah. Enjoy your jerky. Jerky from the gas station attendant. He's a bit odd. Or he reminds me of your old man, Ira. Oh, we're not going to get to talk about Ira today. We're not going to get to Act 3. But so we might as well say that he's a little bit odd. I guess the night shift will do that to you. Nah, he's all right. I think he's all right. I think Joseph's all right. I've changed my mind. Let's head on out now. We finally made it out of Equus Oils. Oh my gosh, how long have we spent here in Equus Oils? Okay, less than an hour. That's pretty good. By the way, our Kentucky Route Zero super fans in the chat, if you have favorite stops that you want to make sure that we see today, please let me know. And then we can, because I don't think we'll make it to all the stops today. Because I do have to end the stream eventually. And I want to get to the end of Act 2. But, yeah, if you have a favorite spot, let me know. Oh, here we are at the wreck. The wreck is from the distillery, and folks who have played Kentucky Route Zero know that the distillery, uses caskets and not casks to age their whiskey. So we see some caskets here on the road, indicating that this is a truck that crashed from the whiskey. And we pretty sad to think about what happened to the driver, because we never hear from the driver again. But maybe we can talk this out with our dog here. What a mess, huh? That gas station attendant was right. Do you think anyone was hurt? Well, I'm curious if anybody was hurt. Looks like a tough one to walk away from. Well, I'm glad we weren't caught in it at least. It does look like a tough one to walk away from. Anyway, I believe that's all to see here. GPS is 100% a lifeline. 100%. I couldn't do anything without it. I have no sense of direction. Absolutely no sense of direction. Which means it's perfect. I'm the perfect player for Kentucky Route Zero. I'm constantly lost anyway. Let's get back in the truck. Oh man, that's a good point, Wizard. Saying to the dog about the wreck, glad we weren't caught up in it. We have been very much caught up in it. We just don't know yet. That is so true. There is one stop I definitely wanted to get to. There's a museum, I believe. Actually, let's save the museum. Let's come back to the museum in a bit. That's so true. Poor R.I.P. Conway's walking cycle. Absolutely. The burning tree. It's kind of like a burning bush, right? This is the first time I'm thinking about it, but it is kind of like a burning bush. So it's like a sign, some sort of divine sign. It's kind of relating to that like Flannery O'Connor terrifying encounter with the divine sort of thing that they were going for. Yeah, let's do our stops after we go to the farmhouse. Act 1, Scene 2. At the Marquez farmhouse. Oh, yeah, that's true. You know, I've stopped seeing the horseshoe. I remember the first time I played Kentucky Route Zero, I was so charmed by the horseshoe. But yeah, no, I guess I have quite an arm on me to throw it so far. It is lovely. Like, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that in a game. Makes you think of Indiana. Totally. Totally. Ah, yes, the graveyard. A family graveyard is set off to the side of the house. Headstones are inscribed with surnames of the unfortunate. Nowakowski, Padilla, Marquez. We'll later learn that 2 of these headstones are just for show, or they came with the house. Like, they're not real headstones. They're like headstones for show, which I think is such a weird detail to include. I looked up like the names, the last names, and I was like, oh, are those significant somehow? Because so many characters have names that are relevant, historically relevant, like last names or something. But no, I didn't find anything. I didn't find anything at all. Let's deliver this TV. Light switch? Can I go in without turning on the light switch? Oh, I can. Oh, there's that owl. I heard an owl. Oh, there's a person. Weaver, I was just thinking what a lovely house we have. Do you like it? Have you been here before? Do you happen to see an owl? This is Weaver. So Weaver is an ADHD neurodivergent queen, and I love her so much. She's a mathematician. She's a maniac. She might be a ghost. She's definitely a ghost. Uh, I love Weaver. And Weaver's last name is related to her cousin Shannon. Let's talk about it now. So later we're going to meet Shannon Marquez. This is Weaver Marquez. And let's talk about. Oh, there's our Game of Life going in the background. Anyway, let's talk about the Shannon Weaver model of communication. Who wants a lecture on communication theory? Show of hands. All right, so I promise this is really interesting. So the Shannon Weaver model of communication was published in, let me pull up my notes here because I'm a good streamer who takes notes. So it was published in 1948 by Shannon and Weaver. I forgot to write down their first names. Okay, maybe I'm not as prepared as I thought I was. 1948. They were published. Shannon was a mathematician and Weaver was a scientist. And they worked together to develop this model of communication that has become hugely important here in the internet age because it is the model by which we think of all electronic communications. I'm sorry that Nightbot is mad at you for using caps. I'm sorry. I don't know how to use Nightbot effectively. I'm not a real streamer. No, Mel, it is not one of these big brain philosophy things. It's actually extremely easy to understand. So it's just a way to think about communication. So there's 5 parts of communication. There's information, a source, which is me right now talking, blah, 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 blah. Then there's the transmitter, which would be my microphone, my computer, and what that's doing is it's translating it into electronic signals, which is being sent to your receiver across the internet. So being sent through the magic of YouTube into your speakers, your headphones, whatever you're listening to, and it's translating those electrical signals back into something that the destination, you, the person, can hear. So there's these 4 parts, right, of communication. It's pretty easy to understand, right? And then there's a 5th part, though, sort of an evil, a dark part of the model of communication called noise. So if I bump my microphone while I'm talking, sorry for the loud noises. I'm sorry, that was way louder than I intended it to be, but I just got excited. I'm sorry. So if I bump my microphone while I'm talking to you and you can't hear the words that I'm saying, or if the internet goes out, signal to noise ratio, exactly. Engineering is really built on the foundation of the Shannon Weaver model of communication. So there's all of these like sort of known factors that can kind of mess up the signal while it's being transmitted from the transmitter to the receiver. Right? And that's noise. So these are the 5 components in the Shannon Weaver model of communication. And the crazy thing is, the thing that I thought was really interesting, at least, is that you can apply this. We think of this as like a very electrical thing, right? Words like transmitter and receiver feel very electrical somehow. But, like a telephone receiver. But, in actuality, like if I was in person, if we were in person, like this model of communication, we could still apply this model of communication. So I could be talking to you, and when I talk, I use my voice box. So that's my transmitter, and it transmits the words in my head to a sound wave, that signal. And you can't do anything with that sound wave until your earballs receive it. That's your receiver, and then that translates it in your brain to words. So the same model of communication can work. And if we're talking to each other, the noise might be if I stumble over my words, or it might be if you and I have different understandings about what the words I'm saying mean, right? So like if we have different interpretations of what I'm saying or different sort of cultural relationships to the concepts we're talking about, that would be the noise in this situation. I just thought that was fascinating. So this is the Shannon Weaver model of communication, but it's not the only model of communication either. Another model of communication is, did I write it down? Yes, the Lasswell model of communication, which is here in the bottom right of our stream right now. Language requires a common symbolic understanding of the sound. Otherwise, these sounds don't really have any meaning. Exactly, Mel, exactly. So other models are, oh, yes. So the Lasswell model of communication is really focused on thinking about how do we communicate as like, how does a radio station communicate information? How do mass communication techniques like transmit information? And this model of communication I was extremely familiar with, learned about it in grade school. Who, what, when, where, why. That's also a model of communication. How do I communicate event to you? Well, I tell you who did it. I tell you what they said. I tell you where they said it. I tell you to whom were they talking to. And I tell you how they did it, with what effect. So this is also a model of communication, and it's also useful. Like, we need lots of different models of communications in order to, Marcel, as you're alluding to, get things done. Like a teacher's concept representation, instruction learning materials to students' representation. Exactly, Tong Yao. I think that's another really good example. So this is the Shannon Weaver model of communication. And in the context of Kentucky Route Zero, I think it's really interesting to make the Marquez cousins, Shannon and Weaver, because one thing that we learn about Shannon and Weaver is that they were always really close growing up, and they had a way of talking to each other that, like, nobody else quite really understood. So they had a model of communication unto themselves that only they really understood. So anyway, I just thought that was a really cool mirroring, sort of intangible mirroring of models of communication and why the characters are named what they are. Anyway, I just thought it was kind of a fun factoid. Anyway, back to the game, shall we? Okay. Oh, and I also had another thing to say on this screen. So Weaver asks us about an owl. This is my most harebrained theory. This is absolutely my most cockamamie, harebrained theory, but I think that maybe owls represent us, the audience. I think owls represent the audience. And Weaver is sort of indicating that she can kind of see past the fourth wall. She's like, oh, did you see the audience members out there, the owls out there? Now, this is a totally 100% a cockamamie theory, but owls are mentioned 3 times in Kentucky Route Zero. They are mentioned once here when Weaver randomly talks about an owl. And, like, I don't know, Weaver is totally #random, but also most of what she says has meaning just in the greater context of the game that we can't see yet. So I just feel like there has to be some reason she's talking about an owl. Athena, could be Mel. Why not? Could be a little bit of Nike in there. So there's that. And then the second time where we talk about an owl is in the entertainment, which is in the intermission between Acts 2 and Acts 3, which I don't think we'll get to tonight, unfortunately. But it's this lovely usage of owl. So you play a character in a play that doesn't say anything, and you're just a drunk, and you just sit in the corner. And the characters will refer to you from time to time. And at one point, one character says, I don't want to end up like that boiled owl over there in the corner, and looks at you. You are the boiled owl. So again, there's this indication that maybe the owl is the audience member the owl is watching. Also, owls have big eyes. Could be. I don't know. And then the third usage of owl, I don't totally get quite as much how it would work like this, but in Act 4, there's a great owl migration that Will claims to have seen. And I wonder if maybe, this is maybe a cruel interpretation, but I wonder if maybe between Act 3 and Act 4, since there was such a huge gap in the release times between Act 3 and Act 4, that maybe they were like, oh yeah, and everybody left. Before we got Act 4 out. We lost a lot of people because we took so long getting it out. I don't know. This is just my cockamamie theory about this. But anyway, just Katie thoughts. Just Katie thoughts. So I was thinking, what a lovely house we have. Do you like it? Have you been here before? Did you happen to see an owl? So we can respond to any one of these questions. And I have been here before, so I don't really feel great saying that answer. I would like to address the owl. There's an owl thing in Twin Peaks, but I never shot. There is an owl thing in Twin Peaks. I think they represent aliens or something in Twin Peaks. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, let's talk more about owls. I know, I saw it out the window once. big, ugly thing, all sound and fury. Well, it's gone now. So I guess if we are the owl, Weaver just kind of gave us a sick burn. Hashtag Katie thoughts. There used to be another house here, but we had it destroyed. And, oh, sorry, I'm covering. And we built this one. It was very expensive, and we got quite underwater. So it is a house of debt. If you've seen my video, I compared the Weaver, or the Marquez farmhouse, to the house and death of a salesman. I'm not going to get into that here. It's like a whole thing. But yeah. Clayton, hey, welcome. Weaver seems like the character most likely to be aware of the fourth wall. I completely agree, right? Like, she knows things. She knows things. And also, she's like literally 10 steps ahead of us at any point in the game. We keep running into things that like, oh, Weaver was here. Oh, an omen of evil because, okay, and in some Native American cultures. Oh, yeah. I remember I was watching Reservation Dogs. Have you guys seen that show at all? It's a great show. And there's like a whole joke about an owl being an omen of evil that I was like, I don't get it. And then I had to look it up. And that's how I learned that owls are an omen of evil in Native American cultures. That's how I learned that. Weaver asks, what do you do for work? Is it too difficult or do you like it very much? I was once a mathematician. Are you looking for something in particular here? You know what? I think we should, let's humor Weaver. Let's answer all her questions. See how much information we can get out of her. I believe it's hard times for a small antique shop. It's hard times everywhere, even out there on our little farm. My parents stopped paying the bank a while back. I shouldn't even be here. But I just stayed. Which is so interesting that Weaver, quote, just stayed, because everybody says that she left. I don't know. Oh, boy. Oh, man. I wonder how Weaver died, because we know that Weaver's a ghost. And we know that one morning she woke up, or everybody woke up, and the red Suburban, which is in the parking lot, or in the driveway right now, was gone, and they never saw it again. But here Weaver says that she stayed. So did she become a ghost somehow in that time, or did she go off? Was she a ghost throughout every time we hear of her again? Was she already a ghost? It doesn't seem like it. I don't know. I don't know what that line's doing. I have some notebooks. I'm only a little bored. I might prefer to watch TV occasionally. Oh, Joseph says you're too smart to watch TV. Actually, I have a TV here that I think belongs to you. I don't think anybody is too smart to watch TV, so. Will you please set it up? Then I can explain to you how to get where you're going. The 0. I know. Oh, that's true. The fact that she's a ghost doesn't mean that she died. That's a good point, Clayton. That's a super good point. Set up. Can you guys hear that? It's so, is that really quiet? Is Weaver the signal or the noise? I think in some ways she's the signal, and in other ways she's the noise. Let's turn up our audio a little bit, shall we? Can you guys enjoy the ambiance, the sound, because I really love this drone. This is an especially good drone, I think. I mean, how can you not be hooked by this moment? It's, oh man, it's one of the most important moments in the game. It's definitely the best moment in Act 1, right? Okay, cannot hear anything. Okay, let's bump up the, see if we can add a little gain on here. Let's see, maybe a little bit more gain. I'm adding gain to the wrong thing. Wait. Add. Oh, no, that's the wrong thing. Let's say 8. Is that any better? Is that any better at all? Oh, do you think it's a quilt, Mel? I don't know if I think it's a quilt. I think it's a placard. I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily a quilt, but I do think the sort of spiraling pattern is really important. I mean, I guess it could be a quilt. There's no reason why it couldn't be a quilt. I just know in Act 5, it's kind of replaced by a picture of 2 horses. And I think this journey of a spiral, which sort of represents disorientation or being lost, being replaced by 2 horses, 2 buddies. I think that's really significant and sort of represents the journey that we go on from being lost to sort of finding a small community of like-minded horses. Oh, you call them quilts where you're from. Okay, fair enough, Mel. Fair enough. Anyway, let's have a chat with Weaver. American Gothic Uzumaki. That's not how it's supposed to look. You've made a mistake setting it up. Is it a foreign object to you? Which of your parents was it who wouldn't allow you to watch television? Ma thought she heard ghosts in the static. Dad thought it was radioactive. I know how to set up a TV. Now, this is actually one of the few choices that do matter later on in the game. This comes up again. In Act 4 specifically, there are times when Conway will either talk about what his mom used to do or what his dad used to do, or kind of talk about something that he used to do, and it's all dependent on what you pick here. You actually have the video from the moment in Act 5 on another tab. That's nice, Wizard. That's sick. So, okay, I guess, yeah, let's take a minute. I actually do need a minute to hydrate. My voice is kind of starting to crack a little bit. So, what do you think? Did Ma hear ghosts in the static? Or did Dad think it was radioactive? Or do we know how to set up a TV? Which is the choice I picked in the video, but only because I thought it would be an appropriately sassy read. Excuse me. Mommy issues. Okay, so this one I noticed relatively quickly because I thought I was going to use something that he says about his mom in Act 4 as sort of further support that we're talking about the Lotus Eaters at the rum colony. But then I kind of decided to cut that out. I thought it was like not necessarily long, and also it's not the playthrough that I'm showing in the game because we picked I know how to set up a TV. So anyway, that's how I learned that it matters. And then I went to the script, which is at consolidatedpower.co, and I was like, oh, where else does this matter? And I found out it also matters at the Bat Sanctuary. And so that's how I learned that. Okay, we have 3 votes for ghosts. Ma, because it ties back to Weaver. Oh, that's interesting. How do you think it ties back to Weaver? Honestly, I'm just hanging out here because I really like the drone. Oh, because she's a ghost. Oh, duh. Duh, Wizard. Didn't even think about that. Ma thought she heard ghosts in the static. I think that's our winner today. Weaver says, oh, I know about that. Oh boy, does she ever. She was ill, wasn't she? Mentally, I mean? Kind of distant? Fearful? No, just expressive. No, things had to be a certain way. Fearful. Yeah, that's a way to put it. This particular message, it really hits home for me. The sort of the way that family members talk about mental illness. It's kind of a tender subject for me. I don't know if you guys have any experience there, but like the way that family members talk about mental illness, it has such a huge impact on how that illness kind of gets expressed and gets handled and gets treated. And sort of saying like, oh no, they're just passionate, they're just expressive. Like, there's a real kindness to it. There's a real compassion to saying something like that, but also it's unhelpful in the treatment process. Oh, the name of the drone is Ghost in the Static. Well put, Birch. Well said, Birch. Well said. Anyway, fearful. Yeah, that's a way to put it. You have it all backwards. I'm not surprised, are you? Have you been paying attention? No, I don't think you have. The replies are in levels of adjustedness for Conway. I think so. Yeah, I think that's what we're being given here. I really like how oftentimes when you're given 3 responses, it's 3 different perspectives on the same thing, and all 3 perspectives are correct in some way. I really like how the game does that, like time and time again. It's time to start paying attention now, Conway. Look closely at the television. Here we go! And this is that half asleep moment, the first true half asleep moment that we, the player, get. So the intention here is the game just sort of zooms in, right? And we get this sort of dreary view close up on a barn and 2 horses and a spiral quilt, which I've come to learn. That's what it means. Thanks for that. And so the idea is to kind of just watch the fog, watch the windmill, and kind of let yourself fall into the reverie. And this track that's playing Ghost in the Static right now, it's kind of churchy almost, like or at least there's that sort of organ sound that kind of to me speaks to kind of a church aesthetic. And sorry about my coughing. And it kind of gives you, oh, the windmill rotates. Oh my god, I'm just now noticing the windmill rotates. It was facing towards us a while ago. That's interesting. So we have this sort of moment to just sort of sit and reflect and kind of get lost in the game for a moment, which I'm sure you're having a very hard time doing because I'm talking and bothering you the whole time because I can't live with the sound of silence. But yeah, I think that's why this game has this weird moment where you're kind of just left to sit here as long as you want to. And as I say in the video, meaningfully, we're given control of it. So there's this sort of feeling that reverie is kind of like hypnosis, but it's not really like hypnosis because we have full agency over this moment. We are deciding when the moment of reverie ends. So we're deciding when that half asleep moment is done and it's time for us to wake up. Games that could be wallpapers. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, it's going the same way as the spiral. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Good eye. Good eye. Anyway, let's move on, shall we? Hey, wake up. Spaced out there for a minute. Here, making it text that half asleep moment was like, it was in the text. Like Conway was spacing out that whole time while we were talking here. The picture on the TV. What do you keep out in that barn? So diegetically what's happening here is that we were hypnotized by the TV. TVs are kind of a tool of hypnosis that we get in Kentucky Route Zero. or a tool of bringing you into a reverie, something to kind of let you focus. And I think that's kind of mirroring the fact that this game is supposed to be one giant reverie, one giant space that the cardboard computer wants to give you to kind of reflect on how you personally are lost in this confusing world that we find ourselves living in. But yeah, so the picture on the TV. That TV's picking up the wrong signal. My cousin Shannon would know more about it. She fixes TVs for a living. Well, she used to. I think the new models are giving her some trouble. Your cousin? That's my father's brother's daughter, Shannon. We're about the same age. Well, we used to be. She's older now. So, proof positive that Weaver is a ghost. She's older now. We used to be the same age. She has a workshop up north a ways, by the lake, right where Peonia and Wax Road meet. It's a big bait and tackle shop, and she fixes TVs in the back. Do you like fishing? Honestly, I'm not convinced you should bother with the Zero. I'd much rather you find my cousin and fix my TV, but I'll get you headed the right way. So it's pretty easy. Get back on the 65 heading north, and then take the first right after the artificial limb factory. From there, your arrival at the Zero is basically inevitable. Nice to know you, Conway. Keep your eyes open, especially in the dark. And then she's gone! Weaver! No, where did she go? She is really literal, isn't she? And then Weaver's gone. And we're alone here. Left to contemplate. Oh, a sink! Oh, a sink! I'm such a weirdo. An abandoned spiderweb stretches across the bottom of a saucepan. A skillet is seasoned with dust. So nobody's been here for a long time. A stove. A disused wood-burning stove is set up in one ash-dusted corner of the room. It's cold to the touch. So the sense that nobody's really been here. Oh, outside. Let's go outside. I think I've tried to go here in the downstairs before. Yeah, you can't go in the downstairs. We're not allowed in there. And here we'll see our first interaction with our Greek chorus as they play us out. does end. I'm just taking a quick second to grab a drink of water. I figure it's a good break. All right, my break's over. Let's take a look at our game of life. Let's see how it's treating us. Oh, where is it? There it is. Oh, it's looking kinda static. Let's see. Oh, oh, oh my goodness. Oh, well, those look like they're doing something. Okay. Wow, it's really slow right now. Oh, it's moving. It's definitely moving. If I hit pause here for a second, will it? There we go. Now it's kind of going again. It's pretty, right? Look at all these blinkers we got here. It's nice. This is a very active part. Oh, I can't really pan around, can I? This part's really active. Here in the bottom left. Got some spaceships going. Got some spaceships going. Oh, yeah, you did mention that. I have to check that out, Wizard. Does the revenue from people watching without YouTube accounts... Oh, well, that's a good question. We can answer this question. It doesn't directly... So all of the ad revenue I get... I don't know if you don't have a YouTube account. I imagine it still makes... I still make ad revenue off of that. So what I'm going to do is I am going to look at how much ad revenue they gave me after the stream, and then I'm just going to donate that to the Hurricane Helene fundraiser. So yeah, that's, and I don't know what that is until after the stream is over. But yeah, if you can throw a couple of dollars. Oh my god. Oh my god, we've raised so much money so far. Holy shoots, guys. Alrighty. I have a lot of donations to read out here. We have a donation from R, $25.25. Hold on, we need to refresh this. We need to refresh this thing. I gotta be honest with you guys. I thought that nobody would come to this stream. I did not think that this would work out. But you guys are absolutely showing up for it, which is extremely cool. Let's see. Can we refresh? Is that working? Oh, there it is! There it is. Why does it say? Oh, because there's this one, and then we refresh that one. Any minute now? Any minute now? It's supposed to be, okay, in my defense, it is supposed to be at the bottom of the screen, live updating, but apparently I have to refresh it to do that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is my first time doing a fundraiser. Next time we do a fundraiser, we will know. We will know what's up. But dollars raised. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to leave it like that because I'm worried about screwing everything else up. Oh, that's why. That's why. Okay. Ah ha ha! Yeah ha ha! All right, so let's read out some donations. R donated $25.25. So we had another donation for $25.25. If that was a double donation, feel free to message me on what's a good way to reach out to me. Yeah, if you can send me a DM on Twitter if that was a double donation, and we can get that refunded to you. Ricky, was that you? I see an R. Was that you? Or was it spookily anonymous? We had $5 from an anonymous donor. Thank you so much. We had another $50.50 from an anonymous donor. What? What? Milos donated $10. Milos, my guy. I don't know if you're still out there, but if nobody else got me, I know Milos got me. Oh, there you are. Hey, Milos. Hey. Alex Rose donated $50.50. Thank you so much, Alex Rose. We had $10.10 donated anonymously. And Clayton donated $44.44. Thank you so much, Clayton. 4s down the line. 4s down the line. Oh, the cents is to cover transaction fees. Oh, see, I'm learning so much. I'm so glad that I am not getting any of the dollars and it's going directly to the fundraisers because they know what to do with it. Yes, and I'm sure you guys should not trust me with these donations. I am clearly very responsible and know what I'm doing. Okay, gotcha, Ricky. It looks like it was anonymous. And then finally, we had a $10 donation from an anonymous person. Thank you all so much for donating. It's real. It's happening. We're supporting people who really, really need it. So thanks everybody so much for your donation. And yeah, so it's just you and me chilling with the crickets and the truck and Conway's game of life. But we have to continue onwards. Shall we continue onwards? I guess I'll just refresh that periodically. So we'll just see how that goes. Okay, let's talk to our dog before we go. There's some horses out there behind the house. I just met the strangest lady. I kind of want to talk about the horses. Horses are still a little bit mysterious to me. Remember the horses you and Lizette and Ira had? I guess they don't sleep in the barn. There's also this other thing that I don't quite have figured out. There's a lot of talk about where people and animals can and can't sleep. And especially we start to see a lot of it in Act 2. So when we get to Act 2, we'll see that there. Hans. Is the comet stop in Act 1? The comet stop? You mean with the blue dress and the singing? That's in Act 3. So I don't quite understand. I think it has something to do with feeling safe and being home, the sleeping. This sort of idea of home as a place that you can lay your head. I think that's what the sleeping is getting at, but I'm not quite sure. Very open to other people's ideas on the matter. Remember the horses you and Lizette and Ira had? I miss them sometimes, the horses. Yours didn't like to sleep in the barn either. I miss the horses. Generally, horses dislike being indoors. Oh, okay. I learned that about horses. I don't know a lot about horses. Total city girl. Conway doesn't want to stay any longer. Conway gets distracted. Let's move on, shall we? Really, there's a stop where you sit in the truck with Shannon and see a comet? Huh. I know this is a great time to go see the plane. Well, let's go get Shannon. Let's go meet Shannon, shall we? And she's definitely at her bait shop, right? I mean, where else would she be? I think this is Wax and Peonia. I love how well I know this map. Oh, the guitar player. Let's go see the guitar player. A young man in gray stained clothes sits. Oh my goodness, I'm having such a hard time. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Oh, and you can hear the guitar too. That's so nice. Let's turn down the desktop audio a little bit while we're here. I don't want to compete with it. Just a little bit though. Just a hair. Okay. Let's try this again. I'll say it this time. A young man in a gray stained... Oh gosh, dang it. A young man in gray-stained clothes sits by the side of the road. He's playing a worn guitar. To his left is a blue mug, and to his right, a weathered dog. I mean, we gotta pet the dog, right? Obviously, we're petting the dog. Conway pet the dog. Conway pet the dog. Conway pets the dog. The dog closes its eyes and pretends to be asleep. The young man strums absently on the guitar, hums tunelessly, and occasionally mumbles a word. Now, I know from the last time I talked to this guitar player that he gets offended if you put $1 in the cup. So, let's just listen. Okay, good point, Tong Yao. Yeah, I should have asked, yes. It wasn't an option. I want to pet the dog. Conway stands and listens. The young man whistles hoarsely, stops playing the guitar, and then looks up at Conway. He rambles for a few minutes about the weather, the dog, and his music, and then returns to playing. As he walks back to his truck, Conway finds that he can hardly remember a word the young man spoke. Sort of a nice moment. Huh. Now where's Wax in Peoria? Peonia? Peonia. Maybe it's up here. Okay, I thought I knew this map so well, now didn't I? Raider Hill Road. So this is based on the actual map of the area around Mammoth Caves. The actual Interstate 65, which I think is pretty cool. Maybe is Wax Road over here? Maybe? Louisville. Brownsville. Pig Road. I wonder how Pig Road got its name. Mammoth Cave Road. Planeta. Union Light Dog Creek Road. Such interesting road names. I think I haven't tried to map it myself, but I know Cardboard Computer was talking in an interview how someone was like, someone from the area was like, okay, well, if it's over there, then I should take this road and go there, and they were able to just navigate it. Charlie Moran, Old Munfordville Road. Where the heck is the bait shop? Do we get directions? Up north a ways by the lake, right where Peonia and Wax meet. Okay, well, that's why you always read directions, and this is why I'm always lost. Oh, dragonflies. Oh, wait, dragonflies? Dragonflies. The truck jerks toward the shoulder, nearly run off the road by a swarm of dragonflies. Their wings beat briefly in the headlights and disappear into the night. Okay, north a ways, by the lake. This is the lake. I always thought it was so weird that lakes can look a lot like rivers, but they're wide enough, so now they're a lake. Always so strange. Here's the bait shop. Vaulted above the road on a thin steel bar, a handwritten sign reads, "Live bait, minnows small and also large for stripers, night crawlers, chips and beer." A green flyer hangs loosely from a bit of masking tape at eye level. To the shop's right, a dirt parking lot sprawls unevenly into the grass and then eventually trees. The bait shop is open. What's the flyer say? Conway reads the flyer. Computer printed type in a bold font surrounds a clip art illustration of a TV set. The TV has eyes, arms, and legs. Its shoulders are slouched. On the screen is a cartoon expression of exhausted nausea. A hot water bottle rests against its wire antenna. It's so descriptive. I love it. TV repair. No model too old. Inquire within. We do not sell digital converter boxes, which I learned is a thing that I guess you needed. If you had like an analog TV, then you needed to get a digital converter box in order to keep getting TV, because they changed how you get TV. I don't know a lot about TV repair. I am no Shannon. But it's like referencing like something that a TV needs to be more modern, and we know that Shannon prefers the older models, so that is consistent. Let's enter the bait shop. It is interesting that they added that detail. It's all about the details in this game. All about the details. Narrow aisles crowded with lures, reels, rods, and snacks divide the shop lengthwise from the entrance to the cashier's counter. The left wall is lined with churning tanks of water. I'm sorry, I feel compelled to say churning tanks of water in this salacious way because like 1,000 years ago, Catburger and I played this game for the channel. It was actually the first game that we played for the channel. And I don't know, it was a lot of reading and it wasn't like a super funny Let's Play, and I just didn't know what to expect the first time I played this game. And so in an effort to kind of, I don't know, add some levity to things, I said churning tanks of water in this very salacious way. I said, these are churning tanks of water. And anyway, we made it into a short, so I spent a really long time editing me saying churning tanks of water in a very salacious way. So I can never read that phrase normally again. And that's not really a fact about Kentucky Route Zero. That's just about me. Look into the tanks. The 3 metal tanks aren't labeled, and the water is too agitated to get a clear view of what's inside of each one. The contents of the first tank are vaguely gray, the second is muddy pink, and the third is clear, but shiny silver flecks occasionally flash along the surface. Very attractive minnows, absolutely. I love that there's no inspection, there's no asking anybody about what's in the tank. Conway's just, yup, gonna stick my hand in there. Just stick my hand in, ask questions later. I love that so much. I think that's fantastic. Conway's hand brushes against something roughly the size of his palm. Reach deeper into the tank. Remove hand from tank. You know I gotta reach deeper into that tank. You know I gotta. Conway's hand comes into contact with scaly, uneven surface. As he runs his fingers along the bottom, a bead of sweat bridges the inches from his temple to the water surface. Something bites at his forearm. He recoils. Wait, I can reach into the first tank again? I've never reached into the first tank a second time. Deeper? Does the same thing happen? Oh yeah, same thing happens. Okay, let's reach into the second tank. Conway's fingers slip through something fleshy but inert. The sensation is nauseating. Reach deeper into the tank. As his elbow passes into the pinkish mass, he realizes he's about to be sick from the smell and pulls away. Oh, that's a shame. Let's check out this third tank. The water seems to tremble with life. Conway can't tell if his hand is being nibbled by a fish or massaged by artificial current. As his eyes near the surface of the water, so he's like elbow deep in this thing. He's really getting in there. As his eyes near the surface of the water, he can see something colorful glowing faintly at the bottom of the tank. Deeper. A tremor spreads from his elbow out to his fingertips and up to the base of his shoulder. His vision flickers. The water is running warm under his skin now, and he has the sensation that something is about to snap. His eyes close. He lays on a rooftop, new shingles beneath his back, swelling in the noon sun. He's exhausted. They must have started before dawn. His legs are sore from holding stable on the uneven surface. His wrists from breaking old sealant. His fingers from carefully lifting shingles to hammer down new ones. His boss, Ira, yells from the idling truck below. He shades his eyes with his hand. A beer would be good. It's barely past noon, but he's walked a full day already. What could the harm be? Maybe a shot at the counter? Just to get his eyes... Maybe a shot at the counter. Just to get his eyes open. Then a beer. He could offer to drive into town for lunch and stop at that place on Cumberland. The cashier pushes Conway roughly on the shoulder. He's been talking, yelling maybe, but it's all an echo now. Now that vignette there, I also want to talk about that vignette because this is the other half of the half asleep moments sort of philosophy that Cardboard Computer wanted to show. It doesn't happen only visually when you're sort of pulled into the TV. But here when Conway passes out because he's electrocuted in the tank, he sort of has this moment of reverie where he's passed out and he's dazed. And we experience that with him in the text. And so we can see that here with this sort of italic text and the sound, using the sound cues to kind of transport us somewhere else without them having to do all the work of like animating a flashback sequence. So that's the other half of the half asleep moments that the game wants to try and give us. It happens not only visually, but also in text. Conway looks up, his neck stiff with pain, his right palm still tingling. The cashier points to the tank, then above it to a few holes torn in the wall, nail holes from which an electric sign has come dislodged and fallen into the water. He helps Conway to his feet, looks at him pitifully, and returns to the cash register. Some reverential water, one that makes you remember. Like from certain rivers, mayhaps. Oh, yeah, it's like the opposite of the River Lethe. Well put, Marcel. Good eye. Good eye. I also feel like, I mean, it's kind of on the shopkeeper, right? That, like, that's kind of on you, man. Like, if an electric sign falls into a tank, like, it's on you to remove that. Granted, I don't think it's wise to be sticking your hand in random tanks of water. But in a bait shop, it's not like unheard of. It's not crazy. There's not like a lid or anything on them. I don't know. I just feel like the shop owner does carry some of the blame here. I'm just saying. Narrow aisles crowded with lures, reels, rods, and snacks. Ah, yeah, we read this already. Okay, let's approach the counter. A wiry cashier stands behind the register, preoccupied with a Sudoku puzzle. Let's ask about her workshop. A handwritten sign on the door behind the counter reads, "TV repairs by appointment. Please consult with cashier." The cashier knocks a few times on the door and waits, occasionally glancing at his puzzle. You really, man, you can't, like, wait that long to get back to your puzzle? After a few moments with no answer, he notices a smaller note written on the sign, reads it, and then points it out to Conway. Read the note on the workshop door. Weaver, I got your message. Have left for the old mine. Don't know if I'll see you there or what. Ready either way, Shannon. Interesting. So Weaver sends Shannon a message through the TV. And she says, I used the message a few times. They actually published what that message looked like before Act 5. And what it is, it's a bunch of static, so I won't play it here because I think it's a little bit dull. But basically Weaver is saying, like, go underground as deep as you can go, where it's cool and dark. And eventually you'll find the town that they find. And she describes the town, she describes the male school, she describes the tragic, beautiful horses that die, unfortunately. So she kind of is, Weaver's kind of predicting the future here. So let's look into the oh, yeah, we can leave the shop now. Okay. Vaulted above the road on a thin steel bar, a handwritten sign reads, oh yeah, we read that already. Sorry, I'm reading the same thing over and over again. Let's drive away. So she went to, well, we know where she went to. We all know where she went to. Whoa. Every once in a while, I feel like you can pick up a radio signal and it's really spooky. Whoa. Oh yeah, she went up here. In the 7th layer. Is that a Dante's Inferno reference? I also feel like, okay, so this is a type of story that we call a catabasis, one of my favorite words ever. And a catabasis is a story that takes you underground. So examples of catabases are Alice in Wonderland is a catabasis, right? Because she goes underground. She falls down a rabbit hole. She goes through a transformative experience and comes out the other side changed. The classic catabasis that everybody loves to talk about is Dante's Inferno. Oh, it's anime? Which anime, Mel? So the other catabasis is, of course, Dante's Inferno. And it's... Can I be honest with you? I'm like not a huge Dante's Inferno fan. I mean, hear me out. I think the visuals on Dante's Inferno, insane, so good. Insane, amazing visuals in Dante's Inferno. Also, it's so lore rich. I love lore, so that's fun. That's definitely fun. But as far as like a story goes, it's kind of like, I don't know, man. It's kind of like, and then I saw that guy, and then I saw that guy, and then I saw that guy. I don't know if I really believe that Dante is changed in his journey through the underworld. But it is the prototypical catabasis story. And I think if this is a catabasis, which it is, we're about to go underground here, then I think that Weaver's kind of the Beatrice character. Sort of the spiritual guide, or sort of the thing that we're chasing. Thank you, Chew. It was okay. Cat Burger Assist. That's a very different type of journey. Unfortunately, we will not be taking a cat burger assist today. All right. So, fortunately, Zero gave us directions to the on-ramp. And this is definitely an on-ramp and certainly not a mine. It's definitely not a mine, right? It's definitely not a mine. Oh, Elkhorn Valley. Okay. That's not a mine. Oh, no, it is a mine. Okay, my bad. Yeah, I know Dante's Inferno is the first of a trilogy, but also the other two aren't all that great either. I don't know. Change my mind. Why is Dante's Inferno like can't miss literature? Why is it so good other than the visuals, which I agree are amazing. The lore is fun too. But like as a story, I don't know. Controversial hot takes from Katie tonight. But you know, it's just hashtag Katie Thoughts. It's just Katie Thoughts. Let's talk to the dog. How's it going, old man? Not sure that lady was right about the on-ramp to the Zero being here. Oh no, he has something on his little hat. You been digging in Lizette's flowers again? She just can't keep you out of there, can she? Aw, what a good dog. A little bit of dirt on the hat. Never hurt anybody. A little bit of dirt never hurt. Oh, Purgatorio is interesting, but Paradiso is boring. Okay. What's so interesting about Purgatorio? Okay, it is a mine. It's definitely a mine. Shannon speaks into the large brick cell phone held up to her ear. It's $200 for 2 weeks. Yeah, it kind of is an emergency. I think this conversation that Shannon is having on the phone, we're responding to somebody and we don't know what they say back. It's like peak choices don't matter. Like, not only do your choices not matter, you don't even know what you're responding to. You're going purely off of vibes. Like, you see this person and you're like, well, what kind of person do I think they are? Which I just love. I just love that we don't see who she's talking to. We don't know what she's talking about, and we just have to go purely on vibes. It's so intuitive, and it's really fun. I feel like games don't often give you this opportunity, and I think that's really cool. Um, anyway, I'm going to make her sassy because I'm feeling a little bit punchy. Yeah, it kind of is an emergency. But can I trust him not to change the locks? Yeah, and I appreciate that, but okay. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Shannon hangs up the phone and puts it away. And this is also the first time that we are put into another character's shoes. In the video, I call this Brechtian for video games, where the game is trying to dislodge you from Conway. So we know who Conway is, and he shows up. And we have the opportunity to play as Shannon, and we're greeting him as a stranger, because Shannon doesn't know who Conway is, even though we know who he is. And we're like, but Conway's my guy. And this has the effect of forcing us to consider not things from Conway's perspective, but to just sort of consider the scene from a step back and kind of understand how are the forces that are acting on these characters affecting them. And so in that, we're kind of doing Brechtian style play for video game characters, which is really cool. And I don't think I've seen it anywhere else, except maybe Pathologic. Maybe Pathologic. Purgatory is where babies come from. Oh. Oh, is Purgatory where babies come from? Okay. Divine Comedy is basically Dante saying, here's the tea on who's in heaven and who's in hell. You will not believe who's in layer 7. That's pretty good, Birch. That's pretty good. Conway says, excuse me, ma'am. I saw the light was on, and I'm looking for the on-ramp to Shannon. I love Shannon, who's just like right down to business one way or another. She's either off to asking about ghosts or being kicked off the property. Anyway, I always ask, do you believe in ghosts? Because that's so much more relevant than being kicked off the property. Well, let's see. I do believe a place can be haunted, if that's what you mean. What about a person? Can a person be haunted? Sure, I guess a person could. Sometimes I feel haunted myself. What haunts you? Bad decisions, I guess. Wasted youth? Well, look. Here's what it is. I drive deliveries for a shop called Lizette's Antiques, and I'm out here trying to finish this job. You're making a delivery to the mine. Oh, no. I have a delivery for 5 Dogwood Drive, and I can't remember ever seeing that address before. Now, I heard I need to take a highway called the Zero. So I met this young lady named Weaver Marquez, and she sent me this way, and so here I am. Uncommon kind of place for an on-ramp, but that's what it's been like so far anyway with... What? Weaver Marquez. Do you know her? And it's really interesting because, like, in this moment, the second that we're playing as Shannon, and then the second that Conway brings up Weaver, someone who Shannon believes to be dead, Shannon's like, what? And then the perspective shifts. Now we get to play as Conway. Now that we've thrown Shannon off balance, it sort of shifts our perspective. We kind of get tousled and jostled along with her sort of attention and train of thought. I really like that detail. I think that's really cool. People are haunted. A place becomes haunted when people live in them, waxing poetic. I don't know. You know, I once saw a stat that... I don't know where I saw this stat, so to fact check me on this, but more adults believe in ghosts than children, which I think really speaks to how, like, we adults need the concept of ghosts. Like, that concept is doing something for us, you know? Like this idea of things that are gone persisting. It's really relevant once you have sort of met life's difficulties head on, once you have experienced loss. It's as comforting as it is scary the fact that you can't shake old things. Like, old things are hard to shake, and that is scary, and that concept embodied in a ghost I think is really valuable to us, as well as it's really hard to let go of things, and so that aspect of ghosts is really important to us too. Everyone is a ghost to someone in this game. Oh, that's so poetic, Arames. I'm sorry about your name. I think you mentioned how to pronounce it already. I'm so sorry, but that is really poetic. We're all haunted by ghosts, not spirits of the dead, but spirits of what was. Not spirits of the dead, but spirits of what was, but no longer is. Spirits of what may have been, but aren't. Spirits of what may come to pass. That's so true, Sean. That's really well put. So, Weaver Marquez, do you know her? My pet hypothesis is that it conceptualizes the concept that there were people here before us and a feeling of connection to the past. No, I think you're right on, Mel. I think that's exactly it. In the context of this game, that's what ghosts are doing, in my opinion. Kate Bush believed in ghosts, the song. The man with the child in her arms was about a ghost that sat at the end of her bed when she was a child. Whoa! Also, welcome in, Meeps. Good to see you. Aramis, thank you. Thank you for the correction. Appreciate it. Oh, so you saw her tonight. I know Weaver. She's my cousin. I'm Shannon Marquez. Oh, you're the one who fixes televisions. That's right. Did she tell you that too? Of course she did. Weaver doesn't lie. One time, when we were younger, she told me my dad had been in a terrible car wreck. There was crushed metal everywhere, and we'd be hearing it echo through the house for years, she said. I was very upset, crying, and then my dad walked in the door, just come back from a trip to the junkyard collecting scrap metal to fashion into wind chimes. This took me a couple of playthroughs to get it, because he was in a car wreck, but the car wreck was already at the junkyard. So there's this sort of temporal shift that Weaver sort of saw and then communicated poorly to Shannon. It took me a while to get that, but I think that's really clever. And they hear it echo through the house for years because the scrap becomes wind chimes. Just love that. I think that's so good. Oh, okay. Well, welcome back. Good to see you, Meeps. Whoever you are. I was angry, but she said it wasn't a joke, and it wasn't a lie, and at the time, I thought she meant it was a riddle or a puzzle. But Weaver's not a puzzle. She's a mystery. The difference between puzzles and mysteries, which is core, absolutely core to Act 1, which I talk about in the video, and so I'm not going to get into here. But difference between puzzles and mysteries. A mystery cannot be solved, and a puzzle can be solved with adequate information. There is not enough information to understand Weaver Marquez. So what are you doing down here, Shannon? I talked to Weaver earlier this evening, too. Or, anyway, she talked to me. It's hard to tell if she's listening sometimes. Weaver told me I had to come down to the old Elkhorn mine. She said I'd find something I've been looking for. What are you looking for? I'm not exactly sure. I have a few ideas. I know it when I see it. It's not such a bad thing, you showing up now. All told, I'd rather not go down there alone. Your dog should stay up here, though. It's no place for a dog. This is an old mine. It runs pretty deep and tangled. If we're going to go down into it, find your on-ramp or whatever else, we've got to keep our bearings. I don't want to get turned around. Again, this idea of lost coming up again. Topology. Okay, sure, let's look around. I like how Shannon is talking about... Oh, excuse me, I missed what Shannon said. I've got some gear here to measure conductivity, frequency response, stuff like that. Maybe we can find a way to put a signal out ahead, do some analysis to figure out what kind of topology we're up against. And Conway doesn't understand this at all. He's like, sure, topology. Yeah, let's look around, whatever, okay. Topology, that's the science of continuous space, my friend. The way this twisty maze of passages fits together. And with that, Shannon's off to the mine! A song called Temporal. Huh. Well, whatever the opposite of auspicious is. A weird time to have your T key messed up. Ah, meeps. PA. Everybody say RIP to Conway's leg. F's in the chat for Conway's leg. Okay, I also got a bug here before. Okay. That runs into the mine's PA system. Do you think it still works? Only one way to find out. All right, give it a whirl. Conway into the PA. Anybody down there? Nothing. Oh, there's no power. Yeah, okay. Even when this old mine is up and running, it was tricky to keep stuff powered. You know, the miners used to have to pay just to run the fans and the lights. Yeah, they got paid in these shitty plastic tokens. Coal script, you know? And if you want to run the fans for a bit to clear up the air, well, you got to put a token in. My parents used to work here. So did Weaver's parents. I guess a lot of folks' parents worked here. Can we power it up? I bet we just have to free up some power for the PA system. Everything is rationed. Here, set up that lamp of yours and I'll go and plug these ceiling lights. Conway clears his throat nervously. Conway, he's trying to think of something to say. Also, very good drone. I just love the drone from the PA system. That's nice, right? That's a nice drone. Also, I'm going to open a can of something. Sorry about that. It's not a beer, I swear. Not that you guys would care. I don't know. I would fall asleep immediately if I had a beer. I heard the speakers back here crackle a bit. It's on now, right? Try saying something into the mouthpiece. Well, okay, I hear you. We need to measure the echo delay time and figure out how deep the tunnels run. Just make some noises into the mouthpiece. Rubs a finger along the surface of the mouthpiece. Knocks on the table. Blows on the mouthpiece. That is not the sound that blowing on a mouthpiece makes, but whatever. Damn, that's a long delay. These tunnels run deep. I bet some of them have ruptured or joined up with a cave system. Knowing what I know about coal mines, them needing to pay to run the fans is horrifying. Yeah, right? I did a lot of research into coal mining practices, specifically around company script. And I didn't find instances of like having a kiosk where you put in script tokens and then that pays for it. But I did find instances where like you were responsible for bringing in your own generators, or any electricity that got used got billed back to you and it was added to your company debt, which is pretty messed up. Yeah. And it was incredibly common all across Kentucky and lots of Appalachia. And it's just one of many reasons why this part of the country here in the U.S. is, well, it's a part of the country that has kind of gotten the short end of the stick time and time again. Because it was the people who did the mining, who put their risks or their life at risk, who got black lung from like breathing in the coal dust in the mine, while the coal company was like, no, black lung's not real. Black lung's not real. When it's like, yeah, no, it so obviously is. And folks fought really hard to unionize, to get basic rights, to just be able to live, basically. And the rest of the U.S. had a lot of tangible benefits from all of those like very human, real sacrifices that people made in life, in quality of life, in like their ability to work. And we were able to, you know, modernize as a country. We were able to electrify the whole nation. We were able to be competitive in World War II. It's quite dark, actually, if you think about it, the way that we have treated the people who work, the workers, the laborers in this part of the world. And it sucks. It sucks that, you know, we talk about that part of the country the way that we do sometimes. It sucks that we blame them for, you know, elections going the way that they do. I think that's such malarkey. It's a beautiful part of the world, and it doesn't deserve, well, it certainly doesn't deserve to have to deal with a hurricane all on its own, which is why we're here today, talking about Kentucky Route Zero and talking about this part of the country. And it's why I stopped to go on for a while about Colescrip. So for everybody who's already donated, thank you so much. It really does mean a lot. And, you know, if you are up to donate a little bit more, then yeah, I would love, or like the folks, I would love that. Well, I would love that, but I'm sorry, I'm really awkward about asking for money. Thank you all so much for everybody who has donated. And if you would like to donate a little bit more, it means a lot. And anyway, to answer your question, Meeps, that sound, that is the humming of the PA system. And I'm sorry if it's getting annoying. So it's at 5:63 now? Okay, the second that we get done with this part with the PA, as soon as Conway's leg goes bye-bye, sorry, Conway, to speak so glibly about your leg, we will read out donations. How is it up so much? Oh my God, this is insane. We'll refresh that at least. Okay. And then we'll read out donations here in a second. That's insane. Don't be shy. Just say anything that comes into your head. Tell me a story about something, or what did you have for breakfast today? Here's a story. I used to work doing roof repair. Oh my God, what a great noise. We hit our goal, everybody! We hit our goal! We even fixed up a church roof once. It seemed like a big project, but doable. But then a thunderstorm hit, and it was too late anyhow. Got it. Looks like the tunnels are pretty cramped. Yeah, low ceilings. I hope you're ready to stoop a bit. You're probably used to it. One more test. We just need to know if the air is breathable, or if it's too thin or too dense. Just sit real close to the mouthpiece and breathe. I'll measure the resonance of your breath with the air in the tunnels. Just try to relax. Try to breathe naturally. Conway breathes and thinks about the road. Conway breathes and remembers a moment earlier in the day. Getting some pretty strong readings here. I think we're in good shape, but keep at it for a minute. Conway breathes and visualizes a hot meal. Conway breathes and relaxes as a peal of feedback and loose rock engulfs him. How cruel is it that my my fundraiser donation, like us hitting the goal, coincides with Conway getting his leg crushed? It's such a dark game. I mean, it feels appropriate. It feels appropriate. Jimmy Nail's song called Big River, about when coal was king. Also Billy Joel. Oh man, Billy Joel's Allentown. Now that is my jam. Oh, from the UK. Hey, welcome in from the UK. Another fundraising for Conway's fake leg. Oh man, I would go to jail. I would go straight to jail for I don't know. You can go to jail for saying that it's a fundraiser when it's not a fundraiser, right? Well, you should. Jesus, are you all right? What the hell? I think really meaningfully Conway can say that he's okay, and he can say he's okay, and we can say that he's okay as much as we want, but he's not okay, and there's nothing that we can say that will change that. And that's really a part of this idea that like our choices don't matter. But I remember the first time when I played this game, I was like, oh, I'm okay, because I wanted Conway to be okay, but it didn't matter. Like, I'm just an actor reading the script. I'm just an actor imbuing intention behind my lines. But yeah. Miss the Dante talk. As I recall, it wasn't meant to be much of a story, but was full of references to political figures on the day that Dante was basically dunking. Okay, I am aware of that, but I also think that that's what makes Dante's Inferno not like a super good book. Like, I don't know, like it's a great series of political cartoons, but it's not a great novel. Getting Until Dawn vibes. Oh, yes. Totally, Aramis. Totally. Both the horror and the way it changes character viewpoints. Absolutely. That I didn't think about that at all, but that is so true. It is so Until Dawn. And yes, I think that Kentucky Route Zero is a horror game. It's very appropriate to play here so close to Halloween, even though it's more sad than scary. But it has a lot of like horror tropes, this uncanniness, this things feeling familiar but also quite different. You know, ghosts for one thing. Doesn't age well. Fair enough. Shannon says, I've got you. You're all right. Shit, your leg is pinned. I'm gonna pull you out. We have to get you out of here. There you go. Are you hurt? Can you put any weight on it? It's fine. Just try to stand up. Careful. I'm right here. Damn, don't worry. I've got you. That leg is in bad shape. Here, let's get you onto the tram. There you go. Now let's see if this thing has power. Well, okay. There's some luck, right? We should be able to ride this tram right out of one of the auxiliary exits, if there are any. I think there are. What about Weaver? We'll just find the exit, and then we'll figure out what to do from there. That's our first priority. So, the controls are over on your side. Let's get moving. Spencer Tracy in... I'm not familiar with Spencer Tracy. And then we can turn off. Oh! 2 fabulous drones to choose from. Oh, that's right. I promised. What a great time. Let's sit in the dark together while I read out our donations. It's Halloween. It's appropriate. Sorry about your keyboard memes. It's appropriate because we were talking about models of communication. And in this case, we would say that your transmitter has a lot of noise in it. Alrighty. Marty McGuire donated $50. Marty, thank you so much. Claps for Marty. $10 donated anonymously. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Trevor Seward donated $291.89. I imagine that was the rest of the money to get to our goal. Holy shoot, Trevor. What? Oh my God. That's insane, Trevor. Thank you so much. The folks in Appalachia really, really appreciate it. That's fantastic. Honestly, I really didn't think this would be a very successful fundraiser because I'm just one little lady. But wow, you guys have really showed me that you know when we all get together, we can really we can make a big difference. So that's really freaking cool. Spencer Tracy played Edison the Man. USA actor at his ass. Ah, got you. Oh my gosh. If you cannot donate, please don't feel bad at all. All of the ad revenue, which I will find out what that is after the stream, I will be donating towards the cause. So, you know, even a passenger contributes to the journey. So you're doing great if we get together with Trevor. And thank you so much, James Phillips, who donated $20. Thank you, everybody, so much. Honestly, everyone for being here. Every single one of you is really contributing to this experience. You guys in the chat are pumping me up. You're keeping me energized, and it's helping me give out a great stream, which is propelling the donation engine. And, you know, folks like Trevor are making a huge difference by just putting their money where their mouth is, which is also huge. Thank you, everybody. Let's get back to the game. Let's get back to the game. We've just been sitting here in the dark. It's too spooky. How do we like that? Humbuzz! I also like the drone of the tram itself. I love this minecart. I love this minecart. Oh, thank you, Tanya. That's so kind of you. Oh boy. Yeah, I can't be talking about Trump. I'll go insane. I can't do it. I can't do it for my own mental health. I can't do it. I literally jumped through so many hoops not to mention him in the video when I was talking about how important it is to vote. Like I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't talk about him. It's too stressful for me. I know who I'm voting for. That's that. Oh, here we are. This may be hard to believe. It's hard for me to believe myself, but this whole branch was underwater last I heard. Conway asks, is it safe? I guess so. It looks like they finally drained it. Or maybe it just drained off on its own. The water came in pretty fast, and a lot of folks got trapped in the tunnels. I only heard parts of how it went down from there. Sanitized for the bereaved. You know how big companies are. And that's also very realistic to how many real coal mining accidents were handled. You totally have license. Honestly, even if you weren't from the UK, you have license. You can say whatever you want to, as long as you're respectful, which you're being extremely respectful. But there was gossip, too. The trapped miners couldn't get the pumps going because the power was rationed, so they shut all the lights off, but even then it wasn't enough. So I guess it was dark when they drowned, is how she's going to finish that sentence. It's quite dark to think that these miners, who really had given everything and were in debt to this company that they worked for, were just totally forsaken by the company and drowned in the dark, which is, well, it's quite dark. It's a really dark thing to think about. So it's very reasonable for Conway to then ask, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. It doesn't matter now. Look, this old turntable is still wired up. The controls are dead, but I can use my signal generator to switch tracks. If the water hasn't damaged it too much, or we can just keep heading down this tunnel. All this junk hanging up around the turntable is from the company store. Just junk, you know? The miners would buy it and use it to decorate the place. Or as landmarks, I guess. It's hard to know which way is which down here. It's also dim and gray. I ended up adding, increasing the saturation and increasing the brightness on a lot of the clips that I used in the video just so that they were a little bit more legible because, yeah, everything was so dim and gray. Shannon connects 2 clip leads from her signal generator to the turntable's electrical panel. We're on the track between the animal bones and the rowboat. So let's say the pendulum and the casket. Oh, I love the sound design. It's so good. think it's a synthesis, left or right, a combination of components or elements to form a connected whole. I trust you a lot, but, well, I'm aware. I don't know if I follow what you're saying there, Meeps. The combination of components or elements to form a connected whole. But a synthesis? I guess I don't understand why it's a synthesis. So here we find a tape player. A dusty reel-to-reel tape player is stashed beneath the track, loaded with tape but starved for power. So, because we are low on power, we can turn off our light. You can hear the beautiful sounds of the tape player. Oh, it's so beautiful, isn't it? It's great! Let's get out of here. This is terrible. So that was the music ethnographer. I think we'll talk a little bit more about them here in a moment. But I'm traveling here in the dark because I want to try and catch a glimpse of some ghosts. There! We saw the horse ghost! Did you guys see the horse? We can see the miner's ghost sometimes when the lights flash on and off. Oh, there was one! A stage. That's a strange thing under a mine. Oh, I think I see what you're saying, Meeps. Like, leftists, like Democrats and Republicans form together a synthesis to form a connected whole. I know. I'm aware of that. You're 100% right. Though sometimes you just gotta disconnect. Thank you, Meeps. I am a little crazy. That is true about me. Okay. Damn, it's totally intact. I thought it would have been destroyed. What is this place? It's a recording studio, basically. Kind of thrown together, but when this mine was active, a couple of folk music archivists spent their time recording miner songs. Really academic, ivory tower types. None of the miners really talked to them too much. I got you, Heath. So, they stayed at the margins, observed, took notes, and then sometimes they'd get someone on a lunch break to sing into their microphone. Then, I guess the power company got some kind of interest in the project and gave the archivists some coal script tokens to pay the miners with for their songs. Did you ever come down here? What do you think the archivists were after? I'm a little bit curious what the archivists were after. Data, I guess? Comparing intonation, subject matter, diction. You know, all the little details that nobody really thinks about when they listen to music. Yeah, academics are great at that stuff. Let's get out of here. Excuse me. I think, so this music ethnography thing is also a real thing that happened. So, as part of the New Deal, FDR sent photographers and ethnographers to all over our great nation, but especially to Appalachia, where a lot of coal was being mined and a lot of the sort of riveting was happening, you know, wherever the war effort was going on, wherever manufacturing for the war effort, I meant to go back here, wherever the manufacturing for the war effort was going on, and they took pictures of people doing the work of preparing for the war effort. And part of that was also music ethnography. And so there's all these old recordings you can find of folks singing at their church, singing old folk songs, and you can find it. If you go in the Library of Congress, you can find tons of old photos and tons of old folk songs sang, and the music recording quality is about as good as you heard back in that mine from that tape player when we turned the lights off. It's pretty bad, but you know, you still hear it. You still hear the voices, and it adds such a human element to the work. And I don't know, it was the FSA Farm Security Administration, I think it is. Bit of a fun story I have to share. Early in your studies at university, you had to read Mary Shelley's Frankenstein as a textbook for a science subject about public perception and ethics. Data. I watched Star Trek Generations just last night. Data has an emotion chip fused into his neural net. He wasn't used to it. Oh, yeah. That's Data for you. Always getting emotions that he's not ready for. I mean, kind of, though. Heck yeah! Welcome back, Marcus! We're on the track between the pendulum and the casket, so... Oh... Do I want to go to the Bat Theater and the Scarecrow? Nah, let's head out of here. Wendover Productions has a great video on why West Virginia is so poor, and a lot but applies to states near there. Oh, okay. That's really interesting, Marcus. Thanks for sharing that. Oh, I love the way the camera works here. How it's just like... It's this first time that we're seeing this sort of circular movement that the game is just obsessed with. The game is obsessed with moving in circles. Oh, you know what? Let's turn the lights off. See if we can find more ghosts. I love seeing the ghosts. I think it's really cool. Oh, there's one. Oh, there's another one. Oh, they're there. Oh, there's a bunch of them. Anyway, here we are. Thank God. Okay. Conway says, let's go or poke around here a bit more first. No, let's get out of here. Pay tribute to Edgar Allan Poe, for sure. So if we stay as Conway, then we'll have a moment of reflection, a half-asleep moment, if you will, here as we kind of just sit injured. However, if we go as Shannon, we can follow her and see what she does for just a moment here. Okay. Something that I think is interesting is that Shannon has this very 1980s cell phone. But it also has a light like a iPhone. Like, it's like a flashlight like an iPhone. And I just love that. I wish I could have a big blocky cell phone. Actually, no, I don't. It wouldn't fit in my bag, but... and here we are hypnotizing Shannon. Flashing light warning, I suppose. Flashing light warning, flashing light warning, flashing light warning. The stream will definitely be archived for rewatch. I think I'll kind of treat it as supplemental material for the video. I think it's really cool, though. How far do we go in? So this is definitely another one of those half-asleep moments where Shannon is hypnotizing us, and Shannon is being hypnotized here in the mind. Meeps, what are you still doing up, you lunatic? No. Wait, is that a real thing? A Nokia camping edition? I really want one of those flip phones, those like smart flip phones. I'm such a sucker for those. Anyway, let's move on. And then you can hear the like a phone off a hook ringing. I just love that. And then here's the helmets of the miners who drowned in the dark. And here's our first time controlling an injured Conway. We can go in the shack and learn a little bit more about the Marquez family. The tone is from Ghost. I like how creative you're getting with your spelling, Meeps, with your broken keyboard. On a small desk in the middle of the room lay 3 notebooks. The red one is labeled J. Marquez. The green one is labeled R. Marquez. And the blue one is unlabeled. So the blue one is Weaver's notebook. And I don't know who J and R. Marquez are, respectively. But let's look at the red notebook tonight. The pages are covered in disorganized notes, some written horizontally and others scribbled vertically into the margins. A few pages are lined more evenly and divided up into charts, correlating seasons, lyrics, harmonies, and coal halls. Open the green notebook. Conway opens the green notebook. On each page is a delicately rendered charcoal drawing. Most are portraits of rugged faces. Near the middle of the book, there's a few drawings of a young girl in a miner's helmet. She plays along the minecart tracks, collecting pieces of wire. In one drawing, another young girl sits nearby, intently studying a book. Conway opens the blue notebook. The blue notebook is full of Greek letters and cryptic mathematical formulas, which is just classic Weaver, right? Cryptic mathematical formulas. Yeah, they belong to Weaver's. Well, are Weaver's parents dead? They belong to Weaver's parents, who were the ethnographers, who were collecting the music from the miners. So Shannon's parents are dead. I think Weaver's parents are also dead, but we don't know how they died. But we do know how Shannon's parents died. I mean, you could say that Weaver's parents died of debt, right? Because they collected all this debt building the farmhouse. Oh yeah, this place, says Shannon. These notebooks are labeled Marquez. Your parents are the archivists? No, Weaver's parents are the archivists. My parents are miners. How's the leg? I can walk on it, but it's slow. Well, I'll try not to get too far ahead of you. You don't mind my hitching a ride, do you? I kinda gotta lift out of here. And I wasn't sure if, when I'd be heading back. I can drive. I think it's worth noting here that Shannon didn't think that she would be leaving the mine. Either because... So we know that Weaver's broadcast said, go underground as deep as you can go. And so maybe that's why Shannon went to the mine. But that's where she met Conway. So I don't necessarily think that means that Shannon believed that she would die at the mine. But maybe she did. But we know that she wasn't sure that she would come back from the mine. I can handle it. He totally can't handle it, but... I guess I should look for another route to Dogwood Drive. Yeah, alright, well, maybe asking Weaver about the Zero was the wrong place to start. Maybe we should just ask her for specific directions. Her answers are complicated enough without a layer of indirection at the question. Aha! So here we have this Shannon Weaver mode of communication again, right? She's talking about a layer of complication, a layer of indirection at the question that would be noise sort of in the signal, right? So she's saying, like, can we ask her the question more clearly without noise when we send it to the transmitter? Does that make any sense? Anyway, I just think that's a reference to Shannon Weaver communication. Shannon the Grey died in the mines. She's now Shannon the White. I love that Meeps has given us music recommendations as we go. I feel like Meeps is putting together like a little mixtape for us as we go here. Even without the noise, communication is difficult. That's right, Shu. It's dead on. She's either up there or back at the farmhouse. Whichever you want to head to first, just let me know. Let's go. Weaver went as deep as she could and found the Hall of the Mountain King and all that, and then disappeared. So does Shannon think the same will happen to her? Birch, I don't think that's necessarily true. We know that Weaver was an intern at WEVP for a little while. She worked there, so we know that she spent at least some time in the town before she started sending pirate signals. So, just some extra food for thought there. Conway gets back on the road. "62! Congratulations! 62 beautiful years!" Oh man, may we all be so cool as to be watching streams or whatever holodromes kids are doing when we're 62. That's what I hope for myself, at least. Okay, I want to go back to Equus Oils briefly to introduce you to my favorite character. Carrington! I love Carrington. Carrington's my favorite character. He's just such a weirdo. Excuse me, stranger. My beloved Carrington. And that's only a few miles outside of Hodgenville anyway. I don't think you could get much better for accessibility, and they got that new gas station if folks get lost. But maybe they should feel lost, says Carrington. Carrington's with us on this. Carrington's hippin' with us. Just as lost then as we are always already lost. Just like poor itinerant Silas wandering the road looking for a home. Well, that's one way to look at it, I guess. Joseph says to Conway, "Well, hello! I heard that old truck rumble up. How's that dog? Say, maybe you can help this fellow. He's looking for a venue. Is that how you say it, right?" Conway says, "Sure, I have an old friend who runs a bar, and they've got a real big stage." Conway says, "Sure, I know a furniture warehouse. You could probably break into it." Maybe a furniture warehouse. This isn't some illegal drug party. But I'm obliged you'd stop for a moment to help me work this through. Let me explain my charge. Oh my god, I love Carrington. I've dedicated my last 12 years to the design and orchestration of my life's great work, a grand, broadly experimental theatrical adaptation of The Death of the Hired Man by Robert Frost. A real play by Robert Frost. Yeah, I've read some of his stuff. How do you mean it's experimental? Well, drama is really my second love. My higher calling is pseudoscience. Yep, pseudoscience. Pseudoscience is the eternally fruitful marriage of whimsy and process that has yielded such poetic specimens as astrology, phrenology, canals on Mars, and homeopathic medicine. I hope I have the time to explain how my pseudoscientific theory poetics find expression in this play, but now I'm in a delirious rush. The event is to be performed tomorrow morning, just before dawn, but in the spirit of tragedy, our venue fell through at the last moment. I've been out all day driving the highways looking for a replacement, eyes fastened to the landscape, like a hawk scouring the field. Well, I don't mind keeping an eye out for a spot. I'm on a drive anyway. So what kind of venue are you looking for? Somewhere outdoors, somewhere intimate, somewhere tragic. If you have attention to spare on your drive, I'd be grateful. We'll talk to Joseph as well. Let's talk to Joseph as Shannon. Some open people around here. Oh man, I really liked Lorenzo's Oil. That was a good movie. Lorenzo's Oil was a good movie. Anyway, Joseph. Oh, that sounds like one of the Marquez ladies. Well, I know it's not Remedios. She's out in Knoxville these days, so. Remedios is also a reference to Marquez as well. Gabriel Garcia Marquez. Oh, look, Shannon's petting the dog. That's... Oh, no, she's not. No, she's just looking at the dog. I got confused. Hello, Shannon. How's the economy treating you? It's, not great. No, I guess it isn't. Hell, they got me working days and nights. But at least people still need gas. Kinda different in your line of work, isn't it? Well, I'm sure they'll come around. Maybe some old TV show will get popular and everybody will want old TVs again. It's not really how it works. Let's see if we talk to Shannon again. My friend is looking for the Zero. Do you know how to get there? Oh, yeah, that old delivery type driver. What do you think of that guy anyway, just between us? Sometimes I think he's half asleep at the wheel. Like a half asleep moment. Well, he's no spring chicken. But also, the road can do that. It's hypnotic. Puts you in a kind of highway fugue. I've had customers through here that couldn't say a word. I'd swear they were sleepwalking. Again, it's so appropriate to make, if this is how the game, what the game wants us to think about traveling and being on a highway, how appropriate then to center a game where it's very important that you have these half asleep moments around a road, around travel, around Route Zero specifically. Anyway, moving on. Well, it's like I told him. I can't get you folks to the Zero, but I bet you can get there. Especially now, with the two of you. And again, now that we're together, we are more able to navigate. We're more able to understand directions. Which I think is very cool. Also, I want to say something about Carrington before we head out. I love Carrington. First of all, Carrington is my favorite. And I think that Carrington is kind of an author insert. I think that Carrington is this like flamboyant, eccentric artist type, and I think that Cardboard Computer kind of put this character in here to be like, hey, we know that this is a really wackadoo, artsy-fartsy game, and we know that games aren't normally artsy-fartsy, especially here in 2013 when this was first released. So I think that putting Carrington in here is this like, I'm looking for a venue! This really theatrical fellow who's like all about performance. I think that he's kind of an author insert, and he's kind of Cardboard Computer kind of poking fun at themselves a little bit. That's what I think is going on with Carrington. Conway moves on. Now, somebody said something about a comet stop, where you can watch a comet, and I've never seen that before, but there is something else that I wanted to show you guys that I have seen. It is though! It's artsy-fartsy! There's no other word for it. It's simply artsy-fartsy. I don't know if I'll find it, but I know it's somewhere up here. Sunfish Bee Spring Road. Hey, there's nothing wrong with artsy-fartsy. Imagine how I feel having talked for 2 hours. Alright, the airplane. So, I don't know where the comet is, but you can't just watch these folks push an airplane for a while. Two shirtless, shoeless men push a light aircraft along a highway. Occasionally, one or the other slips a bit on the sweating asphalt, or stops to pull back his hair. The men are nearly broken. The rubber is almost worn away. Soon these men will be dragging this airplane. It's a really sad scene. And so I wonder... I'm curious about this comet scene. Last decent comet was about 2000. Means you are on a journey. I'm loving it. And And then they just sort of push it off screen, and that's kind of that. That's it for the airplane. Oh, that's lower left. Okay. When asked to leave, stay instead. Okay. And then the other place I wanted to stop by was the museum. The museum is an important stop for us. Great ambiance though, right? I think the museum's over here. Aha! The museum. A sign in front of the building just reads, Museum. The lights are off, but the front door is open. Conway steps through the museum's doors. A few feet inside the museum's doors, the ambient sound of the hallway drops sharply away. The room is cold, dark, and still. A book lies open on the table in the center of the room. An open hallway extends to the left. Large glass doors bar the path ahead. Look at the book. There's no title on the book, spine, or cover. We can see here as like everything else falls away that this is going to be another half asleep moment, but in text. On the first page, someone left an ink drawing of a horse. Several dozen blank pages at the end of the book is an elaborate ink drawing of a one-legged man working an antique adding machine, surrounded by whiskey bottles. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call foreshadowing. Oh my God. Right? That's exactly what happens at the end of Act 3, right? That's crazy. Anyway, just saying. Just saying. So let's walk to the hallway. Look at the boxes on the walls. First box contains an assortment of bird wings. Actually, nah. Sorry, I kind of... Oh, wait. Ah, shoot. I forgot to do something. We got to go to Equisoils really quickly. I promise I'll be quick. We need to talk to Joseph as Conway. Okay, Joseph. I have something really important I wanted to talk to you guys about. It's me, I'm Conway. Well, here you are. Ran across a strange museum up north a bit. Oh, that old place. I heard they keep a huge archive. Hey, next time you're up there, take a look in the archive room and see if you can find any of my old work on file. It'll be under Wheat Tree. That's my last name. Wheat Tree? The archive is just through the Hall of Glass. It's these big plastic doors, kind of hard to spot, but the texture is a bit different than the rest of the walls. More directions that we will follow. Let's get back on the road. So Joseph Wheattree. Wheattree in German is Weizenbaum. And Joseph Weizenbaum invented ELIZA, which was the very first kind of chat bot. It was intended to be like a therapy bot. So the very first chatbot in a lot of ways, intended to therapize and was really good at listening to problems. Didn't pass the Turing test at all, but yeah, so a really important figure in computer science. There's even a game, Eliza, about being a sort of pseudo-digital therapist, virtual therapist. Super interesting game. Anyway. A book lies open on the table. Let's walk through the glass doors. Oh. Let's force through them doors. Conway applies force. The glass shatters. Somewhere ahead, a light switches on. After a moment, it switches off. The room is dark again, and the floor is covered in broken glass. Tongya, the reason that you've missed so much content is that you're too polite and you didn't break the glass. Let's walk through those glass doors. I mean, we broke them, right? Broken glass grinds under Conway's boots as he walks down the hall. He has the feeling of being in a larger space. Very little light reaches to the far end of the hallway. Feel the walls. The walls are completely smooth, strangely warm. Conway can feel his breath and sweat condensing on the surface. No, they're not completely smooth. One wall is a bit more tacky, like it's bleeding a bit in the heat. Conway presses gently, and the door swings open. Rows of filing cabinets line the walls. The room is lit intermittently by a quivering fluorescent bulb. Artifice to failure. It contains several articles, CD-ROMs, prints, punched cards, each is stuffed in a large yellow envelope and labeled. For example, Q, Lavelle 2010. Portal, Freger 1986. Mondo Medicals, Soderstrom 2007. The Postman's Choice, Vautier 1967. So these are all either text games, or they're either like digital art installations, for lack of a better term. And they wanted to put these things next to each other because they considered, Cardboard Computer wanted to put these things next to each other because they considered the text games a form of interactive art and just as worthy to be next to each other. Like they considered these things to be in the same category, and they wanted to make that statement really explicitly. So that's why there's this sort of museum of, I don't know what you want to call it, sort of interactive digital experiences. And what's a more appropriate place to put it than here in a game? Calamity Annie, the next cabinet. Unfortunately, Wheat Tree is at the end of the alphabet. Polaris, next cabinet. Everything I do is art, but nothing I do makes any difference. Part 2, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Gallery. I'm curious about that one. Sorrow to Zero Sum. And even being used out of context, we can see that Zero still gets that filter over it. It contains several articles. Oh yeah, we already read that. Siberia, I think, is a point and click game. Walking Dead, Telltale. Oh my god. So as somebody who was reading a lot of articles about this game when it first came out, like think pieces, The Walking Dead, everybody was talking about The Walking Dead in 2012 and how, oh, it's just like Kentucky Route Zero, but choices matter. Choices, 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 choices. We were obsessed with choices in the 2010s. Oh my god, in video games. So let's read Joseph's manuscript. A few hundred sheets of paper are roughly stitched together in this manuscript. It seems to be a video game written in a sort of awkwardly English-like code. Flipping through the pages, Conway is able to gather that it's a story about 3 characters, Joseph, Donald, and Lula. It's something like a tragic love triangle, but much more complex. Some kind of tangled, painfully concave love polygon. We call them a polycule these days. The label on the cabinet reads, Sorrow through Zero Sum. Oh, yeah, we already read that already. Okay. So that's kind of as much information as we're going to get on Joseph here in Act 1. And we'll learn a little bit more context about him in Act 3, but unfortunately we won't get to that tonight. But yeah, he called his piece, If I Had My Way, I'd tear the building down, which is kind of beautiful. Anytime Choices Matter comes up, I remember the reaction to the end of Mass Effect and how after they handled Choices Mattering so well, it fell apart. I think too. Yeah, I think that was the moment when Choices Matter, like, kind of. Oh, whoopsie, I didn't mean to click that again. Choices Matter, like, kind of came to a head. But it's still, like, a very commonly used Steam tag, and Slay the Princess is another game that I've thought a lot about, as a lot of people know, because I have another video on that. It's my biggest video. And let's find this comment. That's where we're going to next. Bottom left, I heard. And, like, I think there's this dream of kind of countering the sort of Deus Ex, ImSim, you can play however you want to, Oblivion, open world thing. Is it the diner? That, like, we want, so that's like emergent gameplay, and I think there's this sort of holy grail of emergent narrative that we still haven't found yet. And how do you make emergent narrative compelling? Because you're inviting the player to be a storyteller with you. But what if the player sucks at storytelling, right? How do you make sure that they tell an interesting story? And I think games like Slay the Princess are doing kind of a stunning job at handling that, making choices matter while still telling a cohesive story that is compelling for you to learn and also be a part of. So anyway, that's a bit of a tangent. I didn't really mean to get into that whole choices matter tangent, but anyway. Played through Mass Effect Trilogy 3 times. I know about choices in games and people being upset about them. Do you still think about Slay the Princess? I'm fascinated by the way people talk about choices in video games. Even though it's been done to death, I think the conflation of changing an ending versus meaningfully changing the way you feel is odd. Oh, that's really well put, Lyrical. Oh, that is expanding my brain. I appreciate that perspective. Yes, yes, yes. That's a good thought. I like that. I like that. Slay the Princess is incredible. I agree with you, Def. STP also kept the paths a lot shorter to make that work. That is so true, Wizard. That is so true. Some of the paths feel a little bit long, like Nightmare, but also Nightmare is kind of my favorite path, so it was worth it. Mass Effect 2 is still one of my favorite games, though. My current number 1 is Spiritfarer. All right, that's good taste. Sean has really good taste. Don't think true... oh my goodness, the chat's really going. I don't think true emergent narrative on long-form story is not really possible because the reason you mentioned. Most people are bad at telling stories. Yeah. I'm not willing to say it's not possible, though. I think it can. I believe it can be done. I don't know what it looks like, but I think it can be done. I don't know. I just really believe in the power of games as storytelling devices. I think they're incredibly powerful in that way, and I think we've only scratched the surface in their ability to tell stories, and to tell stories that engage you in them in new and interesting ways. Middle-earth's Shadow of games did emergent storytelling well with the Nemesis system. Oh, yeah, the Shadow of Mordor. Yeah. Stupid. That still drives me nuts. I mean, it has to have been 10 years. It has to be out of patent now, right? Because they patented it. They didn't copyright it, and a patent only lasts for 10 years. But it never came back. I think we're going to see the same thing with Tears of the Kingdom, too, because Nintendo copyrighted a lot of those mechanics. So we're going to see them used once and then never used again. It's going to be garbage. Anyway, let's talk about this diner. Conway tries the door. The door swings open easily. A bell rings nearby. The interior of the diner is pitch black. Wait a moment to adjust to the darkness. A bit of errant light from a nearby highway creeps through the open door, and gradually Conway is able to make out a few figures inside. 2 men in trucker hats sit in a corner booth, with checkers boards set on the table between them. A young woman standing behind the counter in an apron must be a waitress. The cook stares blankly from the kitchen. The door slams shut, and the room is dark again. Conway walks in the direction of the counter. He sits his knee on something hard and metallic, winces quietly, and then carefully finds his way to a stool. He places his hand on the counter. 15 to 20 years in the USA. I don't know why I had 10 in my head. Exactly 10 years. Well, I'm a video games genius. What can I say? Sorry about setting your kitchen on fire, Meeps. My bad. Another hand, a young woman's, rests itself on his. She guides his fingers to a laminated menu. Conway closes his eyes, opens them, maybe closes them again. Impossible to differentiate. Let's order waffles. Waffles are a safe bet even at some darkened hole in the wall. Conway squints hopelessly at the menu, searching in the dark for some legible text. He feels a warm hand on his cheek and freezes. Her fingers run across the stubble of his chin. He feels like apologizing. She leans forward, and so does he. Oh, it's so romantic. Ooh. You think Conway got a smoocheroo? Barren River wreck. Maybe this is the comment. The exterior of the Barren River Rural Electrical Cooperative Corporation is a dingy beige sprinkled with fading graffiti. The front door hangs open from a broken hinge. The windows are dark. Enter the front door. The room feels empty with no furniture other than the built-in front desk, host to a disconnected telephone, and a few empty beer cans. Meandering lines of color have been spray painted along the walls. Behind a desk, a hallway leads into darkness. Pick up the telephone. Enter the hallway. Let's get in the hallway. The hallway passes several smaller office doors. It quickly disappears into darkness. Something is glowing in the distance. Barely. Walk to the dark end of the hall. The door at the far end of the hallway is tightly closed, but a warm glow bleeds from its edges. The handle is loose and the door swings open easily. The hallway fills with warmth, light, and the smells of smoke and coffee. About a dozen men and women sit around a campfire in the middle of a large room. Cubicle walls have been cut into pieces, some leaning up against the walls and some arranged into stacks of firewood. One of the women waves to Conway and offers him an empty chair. It's missing wheels, but it's comfortable and easily adjustable to his height. Someone takes a pot hung above the fire and pours coffee into a styrofoam cup. Conway accepts it, and they all return to watching the fire. That was a nice moment. No, Tong Yao, I don't think that was Conway and Shannon. I've been there before I meet Shannon. I think he just kind of shares an intimate moment with the diner waitress. 2035 for the Nemesis patent. That's lame. So lame. Let's see. Anything over here? Eventually I'm going to have to give up on this comment, but I'm willing to look through this little city center here. So mad at the Namco patent on minigames. Are you serious? During loading streams? Oh. That is criminal. That is criminal. That is patent trolling, pure and simple. Do you think they'd enforce it? Adam Millard. Oh yeah, I am aware that Adam Millard recommended my channel. It was such an honor. Oh my gosh. It was like, oh hi. It was a really surreal day. Well, I'm really glad that you're here, Marcus. It's really a pleasure to be able to chat with you here. Thank you so much for coming on just from a little Adam Millard recommendation. He recommends a lot of great channels, so. Okay. I might call it on the old comment. Let's check 70. Oh, more dragonflies. Dragonflies vary their pace. As the truck approaches, they scatter. After a minute or two, Conway can hear swelling whine to the southeast. 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 Maybe we can find them. That That's true. We don't have loading screens anymore. What we have are these like slow transitions. Like Control has this. Like there's these really dramatic doorways that like lift and lift and lift. I don't know if that really makes sense what I'm saying. But these like really slow transition periods where you're forced to walk through this very dramatic area and it's like this quiet loading screen. I really like picking them out and being like, loading screen, Oh, sure, Jacob Geller recommended me. Maybe when pigs fly. No offense, Marcus, I see your profile picture. Southeast. Never. Oh, southeast. Southeast is the other direction. Elevators. Elevators. Primo loading time. Elevators are. Absolutely. Southeast. I don't know if we'll find these third fireflies. Dragonflies, excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, a house. A truck pulls up to a house with an intensely bright porch light. A cloud of dragonflies. Oh, the dragonflies! We found them! Swells around the light, darting, hovering, turning at right angles. There are no lights on in the house. A stencil on the mailbox reads, 2880 Beaker Boulevard. Well, that has to be significant. I don't know what that means, but that has to be a significant address. And below, written in marker, no solicitors. I work for long hours and retire early. Oh. Well, I think we'll call it on the old comet. It would have been cool to see, but that is that. Oh, wait, no, we don't want to go to Equus Wales. We want to go to the Marquez farmhouse. Really, the Cryptmaster video. Interesting. Interesting. I am proud of the Cryptmaster video. It's, maybe not like, it's not like my most popular video, but I'm really proud of it. It was really fun to make. I love making those smaller videos about smaller games. All right, the final scene of Act 1. We almost made it through Act 1. Oh, the Mandalore video about it. Oh, that's great to hear. I remember because I released that video, and then Mandalore released a video, and I was like, well, Mandalore's going to make a way better video than me. Anyway, we have a lot of waiting to do while Conway slowly makes his way up this hill. Oh yeah, I was going to talk about the font. We'll talk about the font in Act 2. The font is really important, guys. Yes, Lyrical, what'd you think? What'd you think of Cryptmaster? Was it worth it? Oh. Hello? Oh. I need Shannon's help. Hello? Okay. Yep. Shannon, I needed Shannon's help to get up the hill. Me and Mandalore? Yeah. Well, we can't all be suits of armor. Yeah, I'm so glad to hear it. Oh, I love Cryptmaster so much. What a well-executed game. Oh my gosh, definitely on my top games of the year list, for sure. We heard the owl again. So this is where she was. Yeah, makes sense. This is where Weaver and her parents lived. They took out a bunch of loans, you know, and had this place built. Do you have any debts? I never really had any collateral. Something to be said for that, I guess. My parents were like that, until the company store found a way to get to them. For my dad, it was tokens to run the fans and air purifiers, and for my mom, it was canaries. Two solutions to the same problem, but they sure sounded different. Weaver had debt too, a lot of it. All tuition. How'd she pay it off? She didn't. She had no income. None of them did. I think eventually Weaver put those math skills to work on all the red numbers in the family checkbook and got a clear sense of just how hopeless their situation was. So she left. I guess she just drove away in the middle of the night. They woke up in the morning and the car was gone. Never came back. Until tonight. Comet Bop was a thing to behold in 2001. Everyone thought it was the end of the world. Oh, I remember. Yes. I remember. What was it? Comet, Halley's Comet, right? Was that Halley's Comet in 2001? I remember that. It was a big deal. Yeah, it was exciting. I'm not as young as I seem. I have a young voice. Someone else told me to come here and talk to her. She seemed really focused on that old TV. Oh, that's not something you see every day. That old TV right there? Well, that's a damned antique for you. I had a model like that in the shop once, but I had to sell it off to make rent. Most painful decision I ever made. Say, you mind if I open it up? Looks like the dials are all corroded, and the screen is leaking light a bit. Come on, I bet Lizette would never forgive you for letting a specimen like that fall into disrepair. Oh, that's right. That's when Heaven's Gate was in the 90s. But I do remember a Comet in the 90s as well, and I'm just now putting it together that was Heaven's Gate. That's pretty dark. That's dark! Oh yeah, these tubes are all messed up. It looks like they've been in a swamp or a cave. A cave! Or something. There's moss growing on this one. Moss, of course, extremely important in the Hall of the Mountain King in Act 3. I didn't even begin to talk about the moss, but it's huge in Act 3. That's okay, I have a few spares in my bag here. I pulled this one out of an old computer monitor. Just needs to be recalibrated a bit. Okay, that should be seeing something now. Are you seeing anything? Hey, that looks dangerous. What are you doing there? Actually, let's just say a little bit to the left, because Shannon knows what she's doing. Damn. Okay, here, I think the contacts are dirty. Now, don't go telling my customers I clean off old vacuum tubes with spit. There, just gotta turn it north-south, and... End of Act 1. Oh, what a good ending. Oh my god. Sorry, I almost peeked the mic there. My bad. What a good ending. Oh my god. It's just so good the way that, oh, now Shannon is here. Now that Shannon and Conway are here together, we can now tune in to the right station, and suddenly the zero appears. And the way that they just transition it to immediately you're in the truck and you're driving on the zero, this true on-ramp, oh, it's so good. It's just like so well executed. I love it so much. am an old analog lady. Once upon a time, I was known as Old Lady Katie. Nowadays, I'm just Katie. But you can still call me Old Lady Katie. I don't care. So, while Nightbot is here talking about Hurricane Helene, let's do some donation reads. Do we have any more donations, do you think? I don't know. Refresh. I would be surprised if we did. I mean, we've met our goal. The little, what do you call it? The thermometer is filled, I guess you would say. 622! How the heck are we up to 622? Guys, oh my god, thank you so much. Marcus, thank you so much for $18 to $19. I assume that's a conversion thing. Then we had $20 donated anonymously. Thank you so much. Everybody, oh my gosh, I am absolutely overwhelmed. Thank you so much. If you're able to donate a few dollars to help with Hurricane Helene relief, to help this gorgeous part of the country, gorgeous part of the world, it really means a lot. We are done with Act 1. I'm going to come back and do Act 2 and limits and demonstrations, but I need to take a little break because my voice is starting to go. So I'm going to send us to the BRB screen, and we can check in on that game of life that we were working on, right?
Perhaps you're wondering what all this has to do with you. Don't you see? You are the only one who can help them escape. Quickly, help them begin their journey. Time.
summoned by Meeps. I'm back. Really loving the very heartwarming chat right now. Been really lovely to see the lovely interactions that y'all have been having. So that's just so nice. Also I have to shout out Kieran. She's a dear friend. Kieran, I know how to be a streamer. Okay, great. Now that the important work is done, we can return to limits and demonstrations. You guys ready to go to the museum? Let's go to the museum! Limits and demonstrations. So we're here with Emily, Ben, and Bob, and they are, as we know, our Greek chorus, and we're here joining them on their visit to the museum. But the museum is called, or the exhibit they're at is called Limits and Demonstrations, a Lula Chamberlain retrospective. Marking the first major public showcase of her work in over 20 years, this retrospective exhibition of work by pioneering installation artist Lula Chamberlain comprises a diagonal slice through time, place, and form. The pieces on display here were individually debuted over a period of 35 years. Excuse me. Designed in Chamberlain's various homes and studios between her beloved Mexico City and her native Elizabethtown. They represent a range of scale and impact, from the intimate warmth of vertex texture fetch to the infamous visage, to the latter of which requires a vertical clearance of over 30 feet. Yet these works share a confounding legacy. In each of their debut exhibitions, they were nearly impossible to install. Galleries and museums balked at the scale, power requirements, and highly skilled labor involved in maintaining these works for display. Some of their debuts collapsed under the weight of logistics, only to be successfully executed much later. And so, just as they describe the outer limits of Chamberlain's range as an installation artist, the geographical edges and vertices of our itinerant home life, like the itinerant Silas that Carrington told us about, and the beginning and end of her distinguished career, the works on display here also trace the extremes of our capabilities and the frontiers of our patience as both viewers and exhibitors. And let's stop on this wall text for a moment. I can't remember if this is the last one or not. So it's kind of funny that the wall text is kind of subtweeting Lula Chamberlain, the artist here, saying like, tests our patience as viewers and exhibitors. So it's kind of being a little bit mean to Lula. So remember that Emily, Ben, and Bob, they're our Greek chorus, and they are kind of, when they do something, the game is telling us like, this is what you're doing right now. So the game is asking us to like look at Kentucky Route Zero as though it's a series of museum exhibits, right? Like, there are all these like complicated, weird museum exhibits, and they're going to test your patience, and it's going to be weird. And also, this has been really difficult to do technically for us. So we're testing everybody's patience with this gosh darn game, Kentucky Route Zero. And I'm really glad they did, because I love this game. But anyway, I think that's really interesting. It's Mistia! Hello, Mistia! Thank you so much for stopping by and for lurking. You're the best. Misty is an incredible streamer herself. I'm sorry, I don't have any shout-out abilities or mods. This is an incredibly stripped-down stream. It's kind of like an acoustic stream. It's kind of like Katie Unplugged a little bit. But anyway, go check out Mistia's YouTube channel. We do a podcast together on gaming. And we have a new episode. We have a new episode this Sunday. It's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, now that I'm done plugging that... are we capable of viewing these works as they were meant to be viewed? Do we even want to be? So are we, the audience, able to look at any of these exhibits, able to look at Kentucky Route Zero the way that we're, quote, meant to view it? Or does it even matter? I think it's a worthy question for us to ask ourselves. I mean, I'm having a great time right here playing Kentucky Route Zero and kind of talking through it with you guys. So That's more than enough for me. What is this? Wait a minute. I don't remember this one. Basement puzzle number 2. Artist, sunset, and horse. Horses, very important. We know that horses are important. What is the name of the podcast? The name of the podcast. This is like Mistia, what's the name of the podcast? I'm sorry, I have streamer brain. Please help me. The Area of Effect podcast. Yes, the AOE cast, because it's like RPG themed, and so it's like casting an area of effect spell. It's very cute. We have incredibly adorable assets and like sort of design and theming that I just had nothing to do, and they just like set it up, and I just show up, and I feel very lucky to be a part of it, frankly. What do you think she means by puzzle? Puzzle versus mystery. Puzzle versus mystery. Can you read the covers of these books? I mean, I gotta poke at puzzle whenever they say puzzle or mystery. Yeah, weird. I guess it's something you can solve? They must be symbols. Artist, sunset, horse. Or is it an anagram? Or like a code? Or it's just misdirection. Maybe it's not a puzzle. Maybe it's just about a puzzle. Oh, maybe the game is just about a puzzle, but not a puzzle itself. Mwah, love you, Mistia. YouTube won't let us even highlight text in order to separate copy and paste into search. That's absurd. Anyway, so that guy kind of looks like Carrington. It's not Carrington. He doesn't have his antlers with him. Yes. This one. Overdubbed Nam June Pak installation in the style of Edward Packard. Magnetic tape, handheld tape playback, head, speaker system, voice of the artist, computer synthesized speech. Very difficult to understand what's going on with this one, so let me explain what's happening. So Nam June Pak was an actual artist who actually had an exhibit that looked exactly like this, and what it was magnetic tape with audio recordings on the magnetic tape, and you would move a reader, like a tape player, like physically along these tapes that were like from A to B, and then it would play whatever was on that tape. And so you could kind of move the tape player around these different magnetic tapes, and it was kind of like, oh, here's an audio clip on this line. Okay, let's move over to this line and see this, or listen to this rather. And so that's what's happening in this thing that you can't really see very well. Yeah, and so they say in the style of Edward Packard. So Edward Packard was kind of the guy who wrote the Choose Your Own Adventure novels. So what Lula Chamberlain, the fictional artist, has done here is recreated this Nam June Pak, this famous installation that absolutely exists in the real world, and done it as a Choose Your Own Adventure novel. So that's what we're going to experience right now. How does it work? It's a bunch of... Okay, so... Sorry, Ben, I kind of stepped on what you were going to say here. I wonder if Outer Wilds got the idea from the artist, too. Wait, is this... Oh, like this curlicues Aramis? Is that what you're thinking of? I think, actually, Catburger always compares those to, like old forum posts. That's what he always compares them to, and I think that's so apt. It's a bunch of old tape, and you run this tape playback head along it, and you just listen to the recordings. Let's try it out. I think you start in the middle. That's also interesting that they say, I think you start in the middle, because this idea of starting stories in the middle and, like, doing away with middles and ends of stories, that comes up a few times in Act 4, too. So, also interesting. As Bob drags the playback head along the tape, a woman's voice issues unsteadily from the speakers. We start in the middle. Donald and Joseph are in the hallway. I am in an office. The walls are lined with filing cabinets. A few drawers hang open. The door is ajar. A massive computer looms in the corner. There's some punched cards on the floor. A synthetic voice recording, spliced awkwardly into the tape, lists out options and monotone. To examine cards, rotate 30 degrees and advance 7 inches. To leave room, rotate 17 degrees and advance 4 inches. To activate computer, rotate 200 degrees and advance 15 inches. So this is what the Namjoon Pack installation did not have, like instructions on where to go next based off of what you want to do, which I think is kind of a fun addition to this installation. Let's activate the computer. So loud. I love it. I'm now holding 2 punched cards. On one of them, Joseph has scribbled a note. Caves. The other's blank. To insert Caves card, rotate 11 degrees and advance 2 inches. To insert blank card, rotate 95 degrees and advance 14 inches. I mean, obviously we gotta go Caves. Built your first 4-track recorder for recording songs from an old 4-track record head in about 85. Oh, that's so cool, Meeps. That rules. We're on a dirt trail in the park. Well, it's not really a trail. Donald says in the distance, "It's a trail!" It's more like a tendency. There tend to be fewer plants here on the path we've been walking. Walking sounds. Oh, you can hear them. Now we're walking at the edge of a massive hole. The dirt gives way to mossy rock as the ground sinks into darkness. Joseph and Donald are following a rope down into the cave. They have computer equipment tied to their backs. So do I. Enter the cave. That's the last trip, so everything's down here now. The final resting place. Donald is such a drama queen. Don't be so morbid. Joseph agrees with me that Donald is a drama queen. Incidentally. To remember a fond gesture, rotate 180 degrees and advance 23 inches. To regret a harsh word, rotate 12 degrees and advance 6 inches. This is a good question. What do you guys think? Should we remember, should we regret a harsh word? Or should we remember a fond gesture? Remember, your choices don't matter. Remember. Arami says remember. Rezzy! I know! I'm really blown away by how incredible everybody has been on this stream. We've been incredibly fortunate tonight to be surrounded by extremely generous people. A fond gesture. We have kind people in the chat. Chew. Chew. I see that darkness in you, Chew. I see that darkness. Anyway, sorry, we're gonna remember. Brain gets stuck on regrets. Yeah, that's natural. That's natural. I mean, I see that darkness in Chew because I see it in me too. It's morning now. I'm in the car. I'm driving to work. This is the last recording I'll make on this tape. And then I'll drop it in the mail tomorrow, and then who knows. I've been recording on this tape for 15 years, I think. A lot of other things happened. So, here's a story. When I met Donald and Joseph, they were both students, and I was in a band performing on campus. They came to my show, and then we met at some bar and had a few drinks together. Joseph wanted to impress me, so he stole a metal cocktail tumbler and gave it to me. We got kicked out, wandered drunkenly until morning, and finally ended up at a diner. And I now use the tumbler to store extra pens on my desk. So, I'm almost out of tape. I guess I'll just let it run out while I drive. No instructions? No, that's the end of this tape strip. I don't think we ever reached this long one at the top here. Is it cheating to skip over there? I won't tell a stole. Bob moves the playback to another strip of tape. Donald in the distance. Think of our work! Our research! Distant. You'll die in these damn cold caves. And what about those men? You know they'll come back. There is something about having a reliable tumbler. We'll go deeper. That's all. They'll never find us. Did you hear their voices? They're not... They'll find you, but not me. I'm going back to the surface. Stop. Your stupid fight is ringing through this whole damned cave. Joseph is right. We can't stay here. I'm leaving too. But I'm not going back to the surface. I'm taking my station wagon and I'm heading down to Zero. You'll be lost forever. So dramatic. But we need your voice for the machine, Lula. It only recognizes your voice. I'll send you this tape when I'm done recording. I'll put it in the mail, and then you can see what your damned machine does with it. Oh. And that's dubbed over Namjoon Pak. I really love this exhibit. It's kind of a mirror to what was Joseph's text adventure called? I'll tear this whole... If I had my way, I'd tear this whole thing down or something. Yeah. I think so. Joseph, Donald, and Lula, as Birch has pointed out, that they are the triad. They work together on Xanadu, which is in Act 3, but we won't get there. And it's interesting that before we get there, we finally meet Donald. We get sort of hints of what Donald is like through the email that he sends Joseph, and what Joseph's experience of the cave with Donald was like. And here we see what Lula was like. So we see these like brilliant moments of foreshadowing sprinkled around through the game, which I think is really cool. Speaking of cool, oh man, I love this. How would you even make this? This is so cool. Visage, 1984, unknown media. What is that made of? What kind of machines are those? I find this profoundly moving. What do you think, Bob? Okay, if we ever go to a museum together, I'm Emily number 3. I will 100% just look at something and be like, I am moved by this. To whoever I'm with. And then they just have to put up with that. Anyway, I don't know that I would say I'm profoundly moved by it. Maybe if I was like up close to it, it would be very impressive if I saw this 30-foot tall like tape thing going around something. I don't even know how it works. But I'm curious what kind of machines those are. They're teletype terminals and an old PDP tape cabinet, I think. Or something from that period. My uncle used those to slice a visage to build a visage. A puzzle to its owner. What? It's a poem I read. I think it was written by a computer. I think it's lovely. Pretty cool, right? Valhalla delay might help in creating that sound. I mean, the sound, but the installation itself, look at it. It's so imposing. Like, imagine being Emily, like, so small next to this giant thing. Terrifying. Terrifying. Oh, it is a little Tesla. I can see the Tesla, for sure. For sure. Oh, this looks cool. Vertex texture fetch. It's a little loud for me. Vertex texture fetch. Tree, television, and suspended cathode ray tube. 1968, found materials. Bob, this seems like your type of thing. The picture on the TV, nice plant. I wonder what the picture on the TV is. No, let's see what kind of thing Bob is. Oh, yeah, I love this one. It's so domestic, but so weird. I guess I'm just really into weird domestic these days. It's just his aesthetic. Weird domestic. Does anybody else identify with the weird domestic aesthetic? I think I do. I think I could get into it. I don't really know what it means, but I could imagine it, and I'm into what I'm imagining. Whoa, how does this even work? Title card. Spinning coin suspended, correcting for angular motion. What a lonely image. It feels so strangely alive. Didn't you have one of these? I love that one of her options is always to address one of the people that she's with. The device. What a lonely image. The image on the screen or the whole thing? Yeah, the whole thing. The microfilm reader, that flickering coin. It's kind of anxious, right? I feel like we startled it, and now there's this uncomfortable pause. Oh, it kind of is like that. We were like snuck up on it. It's like, whoop, like a deer in the headlights. I feel really drawn to it, but it just makes me nervous. It has a tension to it. I feel really drawn to the tension, though. And that's limits and demonstrations. Incidentally, another reference to math. Limits and demonstrations are how you prove mathematical theorems. So, that's interesting, right? We have another connection to math, computer science, all that good stuff. The show is exhausting. I didn't find it exhausting. I found it pretty delicious. The Amazing Digital Circus. Is that one with that clown lady and she's very small and she's red and blue? Is that the Amazing Digital Circus? I feel like people talk about it. Bob, nervous system manipulation by electromagnetic waves. Might find that interesting. Interesting. Shall we begin Act 2? I think we should. Let's do it. Attention, Lula Chamberlain. Your application. Thank you for your application to the Gaston Trust for Imagined Architecture's annual fellowship. We received a record number of applications this year, over 100 in total, and regrettably, we can only award only one fellowship position per year. As you know, our review process includes a multi-phase blind committee analysis of portfolio submissions, as well as a careful review by a panel of subject matter experts on each applicant's notability and relevance in the field. We must be extremely selective in our process so as to maintain the standards we've established over our 35 years in operation. Our panel did not select your application. We encourage you to consider reapplying next year. Many young artists and architects reapply for a few successive years before being accepted. Sincerely, Dr. Carl Stone Norden, Architect. Gaston Trust for Imagined Architecture. Gaston Trust for Imagined Architecture. Yeah, familiar words and rejection letters indeed. So the Gaston Trust for Imagined Architecture is reference to, anybody know? So the Poetics of Space was, I was just like so off in the zone. Oh, my bad. Are we okay? Okay, I'm so sorry. I promise. I absolutely will start from the beginning here. Poetics of Space by Gaston Bachelard. And I'm going to really ham up my French pronunciations. So it was published in 1958. And this is a book where architecture kind of meets philosophy. And prior to Poetics of Space, architecture was kind of looked at from this historical perspective. So how can we make Notre Dame de Paris is a perfect example of this. So how can we make an even more stunning, monument to God to show how much we humans love God? How can we make an even more grand Gothic structure? But there's not a lot of consideration to how does it feel to be in this space. It's more about how can we honor God. Or in a home, like a mansion is sort of this historical perspective. Like, how can I better show that I am wealthier and show that I have more cutting edge architectural features, or how that I'm following the latest trends? And so what Gaston Bachelard says in 1958, he says, no. Let's take a phenomenological approach, which is a unnecessarily complicated word for saying well, how does it feel to be in the space? What do we want from this space? How do we want to feel when we're moving in the space? So how do we make a home less echoey and mansiony and more just like a cozy space that I would actually want to be in? And so what does this actually look like? I think I'm gonna use a lot of churches when I'm talking about this, because I think churches are a really interesting architectural thing to look at, because the purpose that they're designed for is more nebulous than most structures, right? It's not for a person to live in. It's just to worship in. It's just for spiritual edification. And yes, Resi, while these are gorgeous, they maybe aren't made with how can we connect people to God? How are I don't know. I'm not really a religious person, so. I'm not really a religious person, but how can we create a cozy experience, or an experience where people feel welcome and warm in the space? How do we want people to feel when they think about God? Let's create a space that gives them that feeling. And okay, so and I think so. The sort of I put here the Notre Dame du Haut as sort of the other side of the coin. The sort of poetics of space version of Notre Dame de Paris. It's this really small space. There's a lot of use of light in different ways. There's a lot of these little small nooks to make you feel a little bit oh, I'm in my cozy little home. There's a lot more humility in the work, in the architecture and in the structure. And so we're going to see this theme. The reason that I'm bringing this up is that the Gaston Trust for Imagined Architecture is really Gaston Bachelard. It's really present here, especially at the beginning of Act 2. So we see him explicitly referenced here in when Lula's talking to him, and we're going to see it all over the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces, all over the various church architectures that we're going to be thinking about throughout this act. And really the question is, okay, we've accepted that we've been alienated. Here in Act 2, we've accepted that there's some alienation that's going on, that things aren't right in the world, and that we are far from home. And this is a game about going home, especially Act 2 and Act 4 are really about this concept of home and what do we want home to be like. And so then the question that Gaston Bachelard is also asking is, what do we want home to be like? And so I'm going to point out throughout, as we go through Act 2 here, various instances where the game is kind of asking us to think critically about what is a home? What is inside like? Where do we feel safe? No one theorizes like Gaston. Anyway, that is my very long, poorly organized lecture on the poetics of space. I'm not an architect person. I am just a person with the internet who did a little bit of research, and that's what I can come up with while I'm live with a few scribbled notes for you guys. So anyway, I hope that was somewhat enjoyable at least, and let's move on. Below the printed text is a hastily handwritten note. Sorry for the condescending form letter. Love your work. Unfortunately, I just do the mail here. Your obedient servant, Robert. Throw the letter in the wastebasket. Let's open up a writing paper on our desk. Attention, Dr. Stone Norden, regarding your own imagination. Thank you for your most informative letter. I was ecstatic to hear of your record-breaking success in receiving over 100 applications. What a triumph! As you know, my application process includes several minutes of photocopying undertaken on my lunch break. Regrettably, I must be extremely selective in my fellowship applications so as to leave enough time in which to eat my lunch, and in the successive years I will no longer be contributing to your illustrious submission count. Yours, etc., Lula Chamberlain, Artist, Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces. Oh my God, go off, Lula. I love how sassy that letter is so much. It's just like so cathartic as somebody who's wanted to write a shitty thing back to a rejection letter. Carrington's here! Replaying the 2022 reboot of Saints Row. Where you set up a base. Oh, that's interesting. How's the architecture on that base, Sean? On how we make more stunning CBS Radio Mystery Theater. Oh my goodness. It's the rest of your message. Meep got lost there. I can't read the rest of it. I'm so sorry. That must be very frustrating. Carrington! I apologize. I thought you were on the phone. Are you busy? It's not important. I doubt that. You do important work here now. Maybe it's not sublime art, but it's... Do you know the famous dramatist visited Mexico and said, "Here there is no art. Things are made for use." You've been to Mexico. You've seen the murals. You know about all that. So my own thoughts are wandering. Clearly, I've got a lot on my mind. Clearly. Well, I'll come straight to it then. The clerk upstairs tells me you've been assigned to my proposal. I've heard nothing in weeks, but I assumed it had been swallowed up by a dragon of administration, but... let's just gray rock him. Just say nothing. Lula, my situation is desperate. I have hours. I must find a suitable venue for my play in time for its sunrise debut, or the last decade of my life will have been a vision within a dream. A fragment. I've received your proposal. Oh, Lula says, I've received your proposal. I'm afraid it's impossible. Of course. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Lula. I'll go now. How do you guys not love Carrington? He's the best. Oh, Lula, I thought you might like to know. I saw Joseph this evening just after sunset. We sat for a bit, drank some cold coffee, and talked about university days. Better days. Maybe for him. And that's our prologue. Act 2, Scene 1. Oh, let's talk to dog. Aw. This leg is getting kind of stiff now, old man. I don't know if that's a good sign. I'm no doctor. Not by a long shot. What does Shannon have to say? Maybe someone here can point us in the right direction. Yeah, it looks like they're still open. Must be the night shift. What do you think they do here? It looks like an office building. It looks like a cathedral. What do you think, Shannon? When I got my electrician's license, I had to go to this government building in Frankfurt. Kind of low to the ground, a bit older. Didn't really look like this place, I guess, but they all have that same feel. Bureaucracy in the air. Too much concrete. This is weird, but do you think we're inside or outside right now? Okay, I have to ask folks in the chat. Remember, we've driven into a cave, so we are inside a cave right now. Inside that cave, we have found this big brutalist structure that we're in front of right now. We've pulled the truck into a courtyard, and we're by a river of some sort, but we're inside a cave, clearly. Do you think we're inside or outside right now? Or both? I'm obsessed with this question. And it's a big point that it's a big point in the poetics of space. What is inside and what is outside, and when does it matter what's inside and outside? I think there's arguments for both here. I do like that turn signal sound. That's really nice. Let's turn that up for a little bit. Not sure how to describe the St. Rose Church architecture aside from I think it's classic Catholic cross-shaped. 2 stories. Has a place with housing connected dock. Helipad near the graveyard is a newer addition. There's a nice courtyard. There's room for me to display a Triceratops skull. Wow, that's a really involved church, Sean. That's pretty cool. Okay, Chase says that we are outside the building. Welcome in, Chase. Thank you for your thoughts. All right, so we have a vote for outside. Anybody else? Any other thoughts? Inside? Outside? Does it matter? I also love how the blinkers, they're just off sync with each other. So then they sort of go on alternating and then eventually they sync up. It's really soothing. Inside. See BBC Journey into Space Season 3. Neep's being extremely from the UK right now. Very somatic based, inside and outside. Yes. Wait, somatic as in sleeping? As in like, it depends on where you're gonna sleep? If argue inside, then already inside a giant trap of bureaucracy? Have we already made our way into the paperclip labyrinth? So, if they're outside the thing that matters, then... Well, the building matters just because we're going to ask questions, but, I mean... I don't know. Does the building really matter? Like, in the large scheme of things, does the building matter? I feel like we're quite split in the chat. I feel like we're very split on what exactly. I feel like we have 1 vote for inside, based off of 1960s BBC radio plays. We have 1 vote for outside, and we have 1 vote for both. Which I guess just goes to show that we are, you know, who knows? Who knows what we are right now? Semantic. Okay, Sean, that makes more sense. Semantic. It is. It's very semantic. But could it also be somatic? Because where do you sleep? You sleep inside. I'm going to say both because we are so split. Ha, okay. Very poetic. Well, maybe someone around here has a better sense of direction. The barrier. End of the line? Maybe it's still under construction. Seems to have stopped for the moment. Oh, the convoy is so slow now. Let's ring the bell. Very satisfying bell ring noise. Love that bell ring noise. I wish I could ring it again, but I guess that would be rude. It's cold outside. There's no kind of atmosphere. I'm all alone. More or less. Let me fly far away from here. I don't know that theme song. Oh wait, no. That's Elton John. Is that Rocket Man? Is that Rocket Man? Well, here you are. Better late than never, I guess. Just unload the whiskey over there by the elevator. I'll figure something out. We're actually a bit lost, man. You're lost. So you're not the... Sorry, honest mistake. We're supposed to have a little celebration here at the office, but the whiskey never showed up. I saw your truck and thought, but you don't really look like one of those boys from the distillery anyway. Ooh, foreshadowing. What are you celebrating? What do the boys from the distillery look like? What do the boys from the distillery look like? You've never seen the boys from Hard Times? Well, count your blessings. They cut a grim profile. Well, it's clear you're new to this territory. I expect you just mean to be passing through. That's the idea. It always is. You're gonna need to talk to someone upstairs about that. One of the map clerks. But first we've got to get you in the system, so you'll need an appointment with one of the ingestion clerks. Now let's see. Rick has booked proofreading drafts all afternoon, and Wanda's out on a site. Let me make some calls and see if we have anyone free. There's some books over there in the waiting area, or just take a look around. Have you seen our grotesques? And the grotesques are these TV monitors here. And if we look at the TV monitors, the television is playing what looks like a nature documentary. A hermit crab scuttles across a beach. Its shell is an awkward shape. It must have once belonged to a different crab. A hermit crab with a shell that isn't its own. The television is playing a cartoon about a bird. The cartoon bird collects pieces for its nest. A scarf, a plastic shopping bag, a bit of a young girl's hair. The nest is warm, but precariously fragile. A bird building a nest out of human discarded items. Oh, it's from Red Dwarf. Oh, okay. My bad. My bad. The television is playing an instructional video on an elevator design. It's crucial to maintain proper lighting in an elevator. In the absence of sight, passengers' sense of motion is greatly enhanced. The passenger should never feel as though they are physically ascending or descending. The elevator should create the illusion that the building is flat. This is the mark of a successful elevator design. Okay, so an elevator design is kind of not like the other ones. The television is playing a closed-circuit security feed of a housing project. The feed switches mechanically between locations: a hallway, a disused plot of grass, a stairwell, a mailbox. So at least 3 of these. I'm not so sure about the elevator. I don't know if that quite makes sense here. But all of these together, they're about homes. But they're about homes that are not quite right. The hermit crab's shell isn't his. It was somebody else's shell. The nest is made out of these human discarded items, these sort of non-natural things that nests aren't normally made out of. And the housing project, well, that's kind of been built to be really affordable housing for folks who can't afford it. It's sort of a stopgap measure to help with homelessness. Homelessness. Words. Okay. So here again, we're talking about these ideas of home, these ideas of what is inside and what is outside. Is a nest inside or outside if it's a place where you sleep? So anyway, just sort of recontextualizing this idea of what is home and what is inside, and what do we want a space to feel like. The television is playing a silent video of an empty theater. A microphone sits in the middle of a stage. The lights are slightly dim. The speaker hums impatiently. Also, the rising static as you get near them is really nice. I love that. Okay, come on, Conway. You can do it, buddy. I believe in you. Oh, Marianne's back. Well, really quickly, I just need to pull something from over here. Do. Thank you so much for coming, Rezi. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You sleep tight, buddy. It's good hanging out together. Oh, hermit crabs will gather up and exchange their shells, giving a shell they've outgrown to a smaller hermit crab while getting a bigger one. They do like a shell swap. That's so cute. I love that. That's the funnest hermit crab fact. Oh, it makes me really happy. 3 books are piled on the table. A service manual for a sewage pump, some architectural plans for a bungalow, and a slim collection of Japanese death haiku. The envelope is protruding from the bottom of the stack. Let's pick up this envelope. The envelope reads, Bureau of Secret Tourism. It contains several small, handwritten brochures with ritualistic directions to bizarre locations. Oh, good. I thought you'd left. People can be so impatient. You never know. Well, I have you meeting with Lula Chamberlain. She's a senior clerk, and she doesn't usually handle the ingestion process, but she's the only one with room on her plate this evening. My schedule says she's on the 5th floor, reviewing some diagrams. Elevator's just to the back left here, 5th floor. Meebsa, it's been lovely to talk to you despite the challenges. It does seem like hell. It does seem like hell. There's a lot of issue with the transmitter in your Shannon Weaver model of communication. Oh man. Real talk, the elevator song in Kentucky Route Zero is my favorite song on the track. Listen to this thing. I love it. I love it. I'm using it in all my videos from now on. I love it so much. It's such a good song. I don't care if you think it's lame. I think it rules. All right. Okay, so this record player, I don't remember the exact thing that it is. Let's listen to it for a moment. So that was a needle skipping, and here it is starting over from the beginning. It is. Ben Babbitt did such a good job, especially his album is Junebug. Sorry, I'll shut up so we can listen to this. So this composition, Bach wrote. Pretty sure it was Bach and not Beethoven. Pretty sure it was Bach. Let's say it was Bach. And this was composed at the beginning of Napoleon sort of taking leadership in France. And it was composed, the composition finished sort of in the middle of one of his like campaigns across Europe, which Bach really disagreed with. And at the beginning, when Napoleon first took power after the French Revolution, Bach was like, yeah, this rules. I think this guy is great. He's going to lead France into the right direction. And then that's super not what happened at all. And so Bach became really disillusioned with his government. And so it kind of became a funeral march. It turned into this like, turned from this triumphant processional to like a funeral march to sort of represent the sort of failed conquest that Napoleon was on. And so I think that's a really appropriate track to use here in the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces, where we see like a government institution just completely falling on its face, just being of no service to the people that it's supposed to serve. And then it goes on this skip thing. It just skips eventually, because we're in this insane bureaucratic loop. And so it's kind of mirroring that experience that we're about to have going through the Paperclip Labyrinth. Great classic blunders of trying to invade Russia. Greg, all caps, is hard at work examining some diagrams, measuring angles with a plastic protractor, and occasionally scribbling numbers in a small leather notebook. Is that a bad emoji you don't like at you, or good? We'll just turn it down a little bit. It is a little annoying. Can I help you? Don't answer that. Sorry. Are you Lula Chamberlain? No. You just missed her. She was up here about an hour ago. She's probably back at her real desk now on the first floor. She barely made a dent in these diagrams. Must have been distracted. Speaking of which... Okay, back to the elevator. Same shade of blue as Junebug. I love Junebug. Honestly, second favorite character to Carrington. I'm sorry, nobody beats Carrington. Carrington's the best. Should we go see the bears? Let's go see the bears. Oh, the metaphor of the skipping record. Yeah. Yeah, it's like right on, isn't it? I love the bears because they don't do anything, but they do quietly follow you. They're so eerie, and it's so quiet. It's so quiet. Okay, let's go see Lula for real now. Also meaningfully... Oh, never mind. Sorry. Ignore me. Let's go to the clerk's offices. Hello? Are you lost? We're looking for Lula Chamberlain. Oh, no, she's much too busy. Let's get some of our junior clerks to sort out your paperwork first, so we don't waste any of Miss Chamberlain's time. It's a pretty straightforward process. First, you'll need to get a case number assigned. Talk to Clerk Metzine about that. She's just over there at the end of the room. Happy to help. Hi, how are you? Fine, thanks. I just need your ingestion card and a list of your last 5 permanent addresses. I don't think I've had 5 permanent addresses. Oh, my sheet has 5 address boxes, and it says to fill everything out. Maybe if you fill out a transient subsheet, we can still get you processed. Go talk to Clerk Baum, and he'll get you set up with one. Clerk Baum is just over there in the corner. Happy to help. Okay. Back we go to Clerk Baum. Howdy, here for a transient sheet? No problem. Happy to help. Looks like I'm out, but I know there's some back in the archive. You'll have to pull up a special request with Clerk Macmillan. She's the document czar. Straight back at the end of the office there by the file cabinets. Okay. Just the quiet footsteps. One transient subsheet, please. Happy to help. Please just put your requisition form in the inbox, and I'll get to it as soon as possible. Requisition form? Yes, you don't have one? Shouldn't be a problem. They're quite easy to fill out. Just talk to Clerk Metzine, and she'll get you sorted. Okay. I think we see where this is all going. Oh, with the Conway's limp. It's so brutal. We're done here. Can you point us to Lula? Oh, sure. That's her in the cardigan. Having fun in the paperclip labyrinth? Well, you made it eventually. You look exhausted. I'd offer you my seat, but my ankles are turning on me. Arthritis? Dr. Truman says my joints are eroding one another. They've been collaborating for decades. It's only natural they'll want to kill each other now. Well, enough about my hateful wrists and ankles. I think it's interesting that she talks about her joints collaborating for decades and they want to kill each other now, and she has this sort of very hostile relationship with her old collaborators, Joseph and especially Donald. Okay, Meeps. Talk to you later when you can Skype. I think you mean type, but I think I know what you're saying. All right, Lula. We're looking for 5 Dogwood Drive. Dogwood Drive. That's funny. Do you know I used to live on a Dogwood Drive years ago? A grimy old house, a basement full of insects, an attic full of birds. I had a few roommates. We all worked at the university. I had a dog. I drank whiskey and beer and made sculptures. But that dogwood was a surface road. With a name like that, it would have to be. What are you doing on the Zero? A gas station attendant told us we'd need to take the Zero to get there. Gas station attendant. I see. Friendly blind man, about my age, hangs out with an old cat, likes to pretend he's a poet. Pretend? No, you're right. I shouldn't be spiteful. Joseph and I used to work together, and we lived together. We were friends. But that was a long time ago. We haven't spoken in years. Do you know why he's pointed you this way? It's because he's still in love with me, of course. And now he's implicated you, quite inconsiderately. And in your condition, it's appalling. So I'm very sorry for wasting your time, but I'm afraid you've been misled. Excuse me. I think Shannon is 100% right on here to say get over yourself. Lula pauses, taken aback. Well, I guess that's fair. All right, maybe I can help you. For Joseph. The Dogwood Drive I lived on is now called Pale Dogwood Drive. They've renamed all the streets, you see. Too many streets with the same names. It was never a problem before, but now we have these databases, and it's all too confusing for the computer. Bye, Meeps. Thanks so much for hanging out. The computer has no sense of ambiguity, so it proclaims an error. Name collisions, they call them. So my Dogwood Drive is Pale Dogwood Drive, and another might be Large-Leafed Dogwood Drive, or Himalayan Flowering Dogwood Drive, and so on. But one of them is still just Dogwood Drive, or so we might hope. It's really a matter of consulting records, of which we have an abundance here. Where's this computer? Computer? Oh, that's all handled off-site. We write up a formal request for analysis, provide the necessary data, and then we send the whole thing out by courier. So first you'll need the data. I expect you'll find the road name change log up in the archives and records. 4th floor. It'll be filed under O for odonyms, or probably, or G for generic, or maybe S for specific, depending on which part of the street name was changed. All right, up we go to the 4th floor. It don't stop at the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces. Archives and records. So, 4th floor. Okay. I'm telling you, it's the best song in the game. I love the stacked boxes. It's so theatrical. I think it was probably taken from a real set, like inspired by a real play's set design. These sort of stacks of boxes. It looks really cool. Gives you the sense it's like towering over you, you know? Damn, this place is a mess. Okay. Take a look through that logbook, I guess. Maybe there's some kind of system to all these boxes. I'll just start digging. The small logbook has a smart leather cover. A few notes are scribbled on the inside covers. Most pages are just lists of titles, names, and dates. Let's check out inside the back cover. Failing antique shops. Folder missing? That could be Lizette's antique shop. How interesting. Page 1. Several documents relating to the sporting competition venues were quickly checked out and back in over a period of a few days. Basketball courts, baseball fields, alleys, and parking lots. Page 14. A single set of documents relating to coal mining operations was checked out and back in by several different people within a few hours. 63. Check-in. Failing antique shops, Monday, 3 p.m. Signee, Ed Bohm. Page 1? Yes. Oh, what happens if we put the logbook away? Nothing? Me neither. Half of these boxes aren't even labeled, and the rest are all from the first few letters of an alphabet. I couldn't find anything with an O, G, or S. Maybe that clerk knows somewhere else we can look. Well, back downstairs we go! That's okay. I get to listen to my favorite song again. Do 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 do. Clerk's offices. That's where we're going. Let's talk to Lula. Nothing? That's unfortunate. Well, they must still be in transit. You see, we've only moved into this new venue somewhat recently, and it's all a bit in progress. This was a cathedral not so long ago. Can you believe it? And then the Bureau reclaimed it. The old congregation has been directed to one of our storage facilities for their activity. That's where you'll find all the street name records, I expect, at the church. Marianne at reception can give you directions. Just come back here when you have the files, and we'll begin the necessary paperwork to have the information analyzed. Oh, and while you're on the road, you might want to stop and see Dr. Truman about your leg. He's a specialist regarding ailments of the joints and limbs, and I know he works at night. His home office is in a small neighborhood on the east edge of Bowling Green. Here's his card. Do stop and see him. That leg is a miserable sight. Take care of each other. Aw, I mean, it's a nice way to part, I think. I think you're right, Chu. It's very Kafkaesque, this sort of absurdist use of bureaucracy, like to the point where it's magical, realist, sort of surreal almost. Yeah, I think that's a right-on usage of Kafkaesque. Lobby. Say goodbye to my favorite song, everybody. Okay, we'll ask Marianne for directions, and we'll go on our merry way. It's so quiet and lonely here. Get what you need? Be straight with me. What is this place? Just another office, lady. Just another job. But you kicked out a congregation to set up your office? I wasn't here for that. But yeah, I get where you're coming from. Still, I wouldn't judge until I'd seen everything. They've got a new church now. The Bureau set it up for them out of some of their old storage space. I'm sure it's very nice. No, it's way too sad to be like Terry Pratchett's work, Sean. Go see it for yourself. Just get back on the zero and drive until you hit the crystal. Then turn around. It'll all make sense once you get on the road. You can handle it. And then just before we go, I wanted to kind of show y'all a couple other examples of brutalist churches. So these are two of the churches that the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces was actually kind of based on directly. These sort of brutalist structures that are specifically for places of worship. So this idea of this sort of concrete, almost like fancy government building look for a church is not entirely unheard of. It's just not out of left field. It's really all I wanted to show. I think especially these sort of like windows here. We also saw them in the Notre Dame de Haut. De Haut? I don't know French. But we also saw them there. These sort of little windows where like the TV screens are. We see them here in the St. Bride's Church in the image to the right. Anyway, they're both really interesting structures. I don't know if I'd really call them beautiful. I'm kind of snobby. I don't know. I struggle with brutalism. I get it, and then I don't get it, and then I get it, and then I don't get it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Do you guys like brutalism? I don't know. Anyway, that's just a couple other brutalist churches I wanted to show off for a moment. But let's get going. Let's continue on our way. A church designed like a government office building. It is strange, right? But like, it's real. It's based on like a real thing. Like, you can see the direct influence here. It's crazy. They get back in the truck. Okay. Oh, 1 second here. Okie dokie. I love the Zero. So here we are on the Zero. What's the directions to the... It was like, get back, go to the crystal. Zero, on-ramp, Shannon's workshop. It's the Bureau of Secret Tourism. It's like, I can't remember if it's clockwise or counterclockwise to the crystal. We can always have Shannon drive after a little while. So this is the Zero. And we see this sort of outline of the cavern that we're driving through. It's a really abstract representation, and the first time that I played Kentucky Route Zero, I was like, I didn't know what the heck this was. I didn't understand it. Has anybody had an experience with Kentucky Route Zero before, like, they knew what the Zero looked like? Did you get it? Because I didn't get it the first time I played. I was like, what is this? What is happening? What is going on? Anyway, I'm sorry. It's just so hypnotic. So here we are. We're driving on down the road here. And we see the outline just around us. We see just the outline of the cave around us. And we sort of go past these, oh, what do you call them? Landmarks, I guess. Oh, the crystal. Oh, 8192. 8192 is a meaningful, oh, are we on 8192? Because we started going the same way. Are we back by the crystal? Is it too late? Okay. Okay, yeah, we're on 8192. We gotta go this way. So 8192 is related to the fact that Kentucky Route Zero is in a base 13 society. It's this really low-key fact. It's not base 10, it's base 13. There's the self-storage, which is just so weird. Anyway, this game's soundtrack just got a second pressing on vinyl. No way, Birch! I really want that. I really want one of those. Oh, I gotta get one of those. It's symbolic of worshipping a government, or that churches are so bureaucratic. That's too much for chat. That's so fair. That's really interesting, though, too. That is, oh yeah, that's really well put. Yeah, it's the tunnels. Karen, I don't know if you're on audio yet, but yeah, this is the tunnels. This is the Zero. So let's go to self-storage. St. Thomas Church. Oh man, I love Mystery Science Theater 3000. Like, actually though, my like original, because I was once upon a time, I don't know, I still am a VTuber. I'm a reluctant VTuber. I have a model and I use her when it's appropriate, which is not right now. But like her concept, my character's concept was like based on Mystery Science Theater 3000 very loosely, like her first design. And that's why she's on a space station that's like a burger diner, because I like burgers and I like Mystery Science Theater 3000. It's very original. Anyway, let's talk to Shannon. I love this shot. Is that it over there? I don't see any congregation. Maybe it's after hours. Let's see what the janitor knows, I guess. It was not until I had already recorded the script that I noticed that this is like a cross here. Like it's a church cross, when it's like, oh, well, there's a cross, so it's a church, right? Even though it's random access self-storage. Did not notice that until I was recording, and then I overlaid the cross in there to be like, oh no, I totally saw it the whole time. But no, I didn't pick up on that until like mid-editing. Oh, hi, Kieran's brother. I am still a VTuber. Kieran's calling me out. VTuber confirmed. Anyway, it's a gorgeous shot. I also really like the Art Deco kind of railings here. I think they're really nice. And I think that the green doors on the storage unit contrast really nicely with the red bricks. And then just a little bit of yellow back here in the text and here in the back. It's gorgeous. It's really gorgeous. Just like the color balancing and the composition. It's an incredible shot. VTuber until I do a face reveal. Oh, here from the night mass? Where's the congregation? I guess this must look pretty strange. A church without a congregation. When they first moved in here, man, this place was packed. They had a mass every night, 2 on Sunday. But it got a bit awkward to fit everyone in, and the numbers quickly dwindled. Once folks started to see it as a thing that was falling apart, they lost their center of gravity and just started wobbling. Then the preacher stopped coming too, but he left his old tapes. Same with the organist. And I found some old acetates in the Bureau archives. Photos of people and churches, so I keep it running. You do what you have to do, right? We've all got a job. Let's have Conway say that. Work is play for mortal stakes. That's the title of this evening's homily, in fact. So, I guess if you folks aren't here for the mass, you must be looking for the old bureau records. I moved them down to unit C315 to make room for the mass. It's down at the other end of the building, same floor. I need to get the night mass started, but you can borrow my keys. I'll go. You wait here. Rest your leg. You're looking kind of pale. Conway is looking kind of pale. Conway's not doing great. Nice lady. Well, I'd better get this running. Me before I started the stream. Well, here we go. I don't know how this is going to go. And it's gone wonderfully. Thanks to all you guys for being here, honestly. Thanks, everybody. It's been lovely chatting with y'all and seeing how generous everybody is. Oh my gosh. Conway listens to the homily. Is your whole family Catholic? So rather than listening to the homily, I'm going to ask Brandon a bunch of questions about himself. I haven't spent a lot of time talking to Brandon, and he ends up being the main character in Carrington's play, Death of a Hired Man. We won't get there tonight, and I know I keep saying that. Unfortunately, we won't get there tonight. But yeah, Brandon kind of turns into this tragic character in the epilogue of Kentucky Route Zero. So, anyway, I want to learn a little bit more about Brandon tonight, and if you're curious about the homily and all the thoughts I have on the homily, I direct you to the video, which has so much to say about the homily. Church is basically held as a performance, then bring that back to the government part. Oh, Chu has all the neurons firing tonight. Yeah. Well, it's been really fun for me too. Thank you so much, Chu. So, anyway, long story short about the homily. It turns out unionizing is really important. Is your whole family Catholic? Oh, no, we're not religious. I just watched and listened while the congregation did all this stuff, and I probably don't understand as much of it as you might think. Anyway, I know how to run the overhead projector and the tape player. At least I know enough to keep it going, right? How do you like working here? Thank you, Meeps. Welcome back. Thanks for coming back. Looks like your keyboard's working a little bit better. It's okay. I don't really know what else I would do. I used to play a lot of card games, you know, in high school. Some of my friends went to college, and most of them just got jobs. Maybe in a few years we'll be hanging out in bars, playing darts or something. You're not allowed to play cards in the bar because it looks like gambling. My leg is killing me. I bet everyone's telling you to go see a doctor. Hey, I get it. It's too expensive. My dad cut his arm pretty bad on a job, but he stitched himself back up because we didn't have health insurance. But then his hand didn't work very well, and he got pretty depressed, and eventually just sort of... Oh, that's really sad. Oof. Well, I guess I don't know what what he should have done. Who knows, right? I think this is something that really, it was present a little hair of a bit in Act 1, but in Act 2, there's a lot of talk about navigating the U.S. healthcare system, which, for those who aren't in the U.S. and aren't painfully aware, it's garbage. It's trash. It's like, it's like trying to understand Kentucky Route Zero, basically. It's, but not fun at all. It's impossible. Yeah, getting healthcare in this country it's a maze and it's confusing. And I think that's really present here in Act 2 of Kentucky Route Zero. And I think that, well, it's one of the reasons why my life sucks here in Kentucky Route Zero, and also kind of the parts of life that suck that the game wants to talk about. Anyway, I just really appreciate that the game kind of takes head on these issues instead of dancing around them or making a ton of metaphors about them like it does for a lot of other things. But sometimes it just like head on tackles the issue and head on says like, hey, healthcare sucks. Hey, labor sucks. Yeah, so anyway, I think that's really, it's present. So I didn't know that was something that Brandon talked about, but yep, here it is. Oh my God, Kieran, more straightforward to get healthcare for your cat than yourself. Ugh. Hui. Classic. So this is like a hobby? If you asked me what my hobbies were, I'd say card games, science fiction, and perspective geometry. How is perspective geometry a hobby? Okay, but I run the slideshow and I play the tapes and I don't get paid for it. I take it pretty seriously, but nobody's telling me I should. Is that a hobby? Seems like there ought to be a more serious word for it. Like avocation. Or is it a vocation? Anyway, for people who've seen the video, you know what I'm talking about. Australian healthcare is awkward, but does seem better than the US version at the moment. Also, your voting system in Australia seems a lot better. Okay, that's it. Next, there are some rituals that you and I aren't allowed to participate in, I don't think, and I don't remember them anyway. Hi, got it. We were just talking about work and hobbies. What? I found what we came here to get, the file and street name changes. You don't look good. Let's head back to the bureau and get this straightened out. And maybe we should go see that doctor the clerk recommended. So slow. Poor Conway. Oh, I love that exit. Oh, that transition is so good, though. Oh, it feels so good. Jesus, are you all right? What the hell? My leg is stuck. So here Conway's having a flashback to the moment of the cave-in. Shit, okay, I'm gonna pull you out. We have to get you out of here. There you go. Okay, are you hurt? Can you put any weight on it? And I'm allowed the same options that I was in Act 1. It's fine. Just try to stand up. Careful. I'm right here. Your possums are cuter in Australia. Are they poisonous? I hear everything's poisonous in Australia. Damn, don't worry. I've got you. That leg is in bad shape. Here, let's get you onto the tram. There you go. Now let's see if this thing has power. And then the lights come on. Oh, it's so beautiful. Hey, old man. Look at me. Can you hear me? What happened? I don't know. He collapsed. I think he blacked out. He was mumbling about the old mine for a minute. The old mine where we met. Oh, don't let me keep you. You have work to do. Oh, Conway. Conway's such a sweetheart. What the hell are you talking about? We're going to see that doctor the clerk recommended. She hands Brandon the doctor's card. How do we get to this address from here? Excuse me. I don't know. It's pretty tricky going back and forth between, you know, here and there. The Bureau's the only way I know. Some of those folks do it all the time. Commuters. Just go back the way you came. Find the crystal and then turn around. Yeah. So this here, at this point, is our opportunity to explore the Bureau of Secret Tourism. Written by Will, our Act 4 hero. I love Will so much. Maybe third favorite character after Junebug. No. Fourth favorite. Sorry, Kate. Oh man, is Kate my favorite character? Guys, who's my favorite character? I don't know. I love them all. Wait, what's the difference between poisonous and venomous animals? I feel like it says something that you know the difference between poisonous and venomous as an Australian person, but I do not. I do not need to know the difference between these things. I worry neither about venomous nor poisonous. I want to go to the Dymaxion Gallery. I have some thoughts about Dymaxion I wanted to say. Whoever you saw most recently is your favorite. That is true. Ugh, I love Kate so much, though. Kieran, by the way, in the chat was the voice of Kate, and Chu was actually the voice of Elmo in Act 5. We won't meet either of them tonight, but they're here. Celebrities walking among you. A gallery of mislaid futures, abandoned on lonely highways as American industrial design shifted its gaze to the intangible. So we want to get to the TV, and when you reach the TV, drive clockwise to the antenna. Turn again and head just past the barn. Woo! Oh yeah, I forgot you can do this. To return to the Bureau, find the TV again, and then turn around. Does this take me to the Bureau? Let's see. This isn't the biggest idea if this advances us on. But maybe it'll take us to the Bureau. Nice, okay. So are we going clockwise or counterclockwise? Counterclockwise, okay. We gotta get to the TV. I just love the way that all of these landmarks kind of call back and forward to items in the game. And they're all just assets, right? They're all just like assets that they did line art of and then kind of plopped in here too. But it's so much more than, like, plopped is such a bad word for it. Like, each one of these is like a really poignant moment. Okay, maybe not Sprocket. But many of them are. Cenote? Cenote is very important. Where the heck is this darn TV? Wheelbarrow. Antlers. Carrington carries antlers around. I guess Carrington is my favorite character tonight, we'll say. Okay, there's the Bureau. Did I miss the TV? Oh my god, I'm going clockwise. Boy. Strategically plopped. Okay, sorry, I messed up. Yeah, I got lost. This way. Oh. Shannon. Shannon. Oh, did I click the wrong thing? Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, well, Shannon. I think Shannon got us more lost. Anyway, I think that's the first thing that you see when you go counterclockwise around the Bureau. I think we're okay. TV? No, that's the cactus. I don't see anything about Night Mod or Nightbot flagging it. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Sean. No, I don't see anything about it getting... Unless YouTube filtered it for some reason. I don't know, if I was a real streamer who had mods and stuff. I'll take a look. I'll take a look momentarily here. Multitasking is always gets me into trouble. Go on the 70. And then we're looking for the antenna is what we're looking for. Rocking chair. Antenna. And then we'll go this way. And then just past the barn, this is the Dymaxion Gallery. Before we look at that, let me see if that got flagged. How do I even do that? How does YouTube work? I'm not seeing anything, but I'm also not an expert at this, Sean. Poisonous tends to be defensive in nature, and venomous tends to be more offensive. It's possible to be both. Huh. Well, that's really interesting. Huh. Thank you so much for sharing that, Sean. That's fascinating. Okay. Let's check out the Dymaxion Gallery. The brochure describes this place as a gallery of mislaid futures, abandoned on lonely highways as American industrial design shifted its gaze to the intangible. It's a large warehouse full of oddly shaped vehicles, blimp-like, rusted vehicles, mostly painted in a dull green that's now faded toward brown. No path has been carved to navigate between them, and many have been damaged enough to leave menacing bits of metal running jaggedly through their small, open spaces. It's all a visitor can do to stand at the edge of the building, neck craned, trying to get a glimpse of something. And that is the Dymaxion Gallery. And I wanted to talk about that because we're going to talk about that in a little bit. We're going to talk more about the Dymaxion Galleries in a little bit here. You'll see. You'll see. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's go back to the bureau. Bureau. Oh no. Okay. I almost got lost again. Ah, well, that'll teach you the difference between poisonous and venomous. Here we are, back again to the paperclip labyrinth, limping around. It's sad. It's Carrington, though. Light of my life, Carrington. Hello, my friends. I'm relieved to run across you again. I see the hound is still following you. No better place than the road for a hound. I'm afraid I've been unsuccessful in my search for a venue for a play. Have you found anything in your travels? The old Elkhorn mine. There's a self-storage facility not far from here. I think you should do it back at the gas station. What happens if I say the self-storage facility? Storage facility? That doesn't sound particularly intimate. Well, there's a church inside of it. Ah, how desperate, how earnestly spiritual, just to imagine a choir resonating and reverberating through a concrete storage facility. Yes, the psychoacoustics of the space are of prime concern. Psychoacoustics. Definitely, definitely. Psychoacoustics is a field of perceptual study. How do we perceive sound? What does it do to our souls? How do sounds work through us? The play must resonate through my actors and their performance, and then it must reverberate out from them, and again resonate through the audience. Theater is mostly acoustic, you see. I love Carrington. He's so pretentious, and I love him so much. But the way he's talking about psychoacoustics sounds a lot to me the way that Gaston Bachelard talks about architecture and the way that spaces should make us feel. You could replace sound here with spaces. How do spaces work through us? How do we perceive spaces? So anyway, that's just something that is occurring to me as I'm reading what Carrington is pontificating upon. Yes, I think the self-storage facility will do wonderfully. A humble and intimate production in the belly of industry. You've been immeasurably helpful. If you have time later this evening, I'd love to go over my production notes with you. Just meet me there in a few hours if you like. Many thanks. Oh. Well, I mean, I guess we could go meet him there. Do we do it later? No. That's an Act 3 thing. Excuse me. That's an Act 3 thing. Hey, Marianne. I love this ship here. It's such a nice touch. Can we talk to Clerk Lula Chamberlain again? I'm afraid she left. In a big hurry, actually. Something happened with your meeting? She seemed pretty interested in the gas station attendant. I don't know who that is, but she did seem distressed. Well, heading back to the interstate? I can process you whenever you're ready to go back. Just let me know. We're ready to be processed. She hands the receptionist Lula's card. Can you tell us how to get to this address? We're looking for Dr. Truman. Oh, of course. It's in a neighborhood just outside of Bowling Green. Get to 65 going southwest. Just take a right just past the observatory and just before the river. If you continue north, you'll be there shortly. Happy to help. All right. Here we are. Back at this familiar old map. We'll just head over to the museum. Past the observatory. And then the museum is right. Hey, where's the museum? Is it... Oh, maybe it's up here. Yeah, there it is. Dr. Truman's house, question mark? So this isn't the first time we've been fooled. The neighborhood at the address on Lula's card has been demolished. In its place is a large museum, still partially under construction. Act 2, Scene 4. Before we get into that, let me just refresh. It would be crazy if anybody had donated anything else, but I'd also feel like a huge jerk. Oh my god, people donated. Okay, quick donation break. How you people are insane. I truly cannot believe that people have continued to donate. It's really exceeded my wildest expectations. We have a donation in pounds from Anthony Edge. I think we can all guess who that is. Thank you so much, Anthony. Really appreciate you. $25 donated anonymously. An anonymous donation was made for an unlisted amount. $20 was donated anonymously. Thank you guys so much. It's insane to me. It's insane to me how much we've raised. Like, this is going to make a huge difference. Thank you guys. Honestly, I truly cannot believe that that we've made this much money for a really good cause. I think that's the cost of, I think they call them a muck out job. So it's like they look over like a site and they just pull out all of the roots and trees and debris, and so that you can start building again, just so you can start building again. And that's like a whole site that we've paid for together, which is insane. So thanks a bunch, everybody. You guys are incredible. Okay. Dog. Oh yeah, he was talking to his dog. Guy was a weirdo. Thomas is saying that, and he's talking to the museum staff. Now, again, I talk about this extensively in the video, but I'll just repeat it briefly here for folks who haven't seen the video. So here we don't hear from Shannon or Conway at all, and this gives us one layer of alienation. And we're going to see another layer of alienation because the camera is going to stay really, really far away from Shannon and just sort of rotate to point at them, like we have the perspective of a security camera. And this sort of creates this layer of distance and alienation. And we're going to see this again, actually, in Act 4 at the Redvansky Center. They're going to pull this trick on us again. But actually, there we're going to get really intimately acquainted with the people talking to us. But here we're going to stay really alienated. There's the nameless museum staff, and they have a contemptuous relationship with the folks who live here in the museum, Thomas and other people. There's a historic homestead in Junee, the town where you live, that's a museum and famous for supposedly being haunted. Ooh, ghosts! I get so excited about ghosts. There are people who've complained that it wasn't a fake haunted house. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Doesn't seem that weird. I agree, it's not that weird to talk to your dog. You didn't see the guy. Tall, kind of stooped over, limping bad. Looked like an old drunk, if you ask me. I bet they were both drunks, breaking in here looking for a place to sleep it off. I just feel bad for that old dog getting dragged all over the place by a couple of drunks. Old dog like that should be sleeping on a porch somewhere. But that's loyalty for you. Well, I didn't stay long anyway. I heard the man and the lady talking when they first came in, but they didn't see me. What were you doing up that late? Flora's a little girl. You should... Mom lets me stay up late all the time. She said it's okay. I was just looking for frogs. You should be careful with frogs. They'll give you warts. I don't care. I want warts. I think they're beautiful. Besides, that's not true anyway. What's here? I just assumed they were from the power company. You know how they're always coming by unannounced and messing with this or that. I just shut myself up in my room to wait it out. No sense getting involved. How did they get in? Must have been one of the kids who left the front door unlocked. Something's got to be done. They run around like animals. You know that Flora left a can of soda on top of my shelter door and I almost killed myself slipping on that sticky mess the next morning? Dogs, cats, alpacas, sheep, birds, native animals, and care, the occasional wild bearded dragon. I talk to a lot of animals. Yeah! They're very good listeners, animals. Well, some of them aren't. Something's got to be done, says Fred. And we can open our umbrella. But that's silly. We're indoors. Or are we? Are we inside or outside? I'm sorry, guys. I'm obsessed with this idea. Are we inside or outside? It's a worthy question. Go inside here. I guess they must have gone through some papers here. It was in some disarray and a few folders were pulled out and left on the table. I mean, it wasn't too bad. I only noticed because Diana's such a stickler. She's real organized, I mean. Oh, what folders were they looking at? Yeah, mostly stuff about the building site, I guess. They had a list of all the homes we relocated here. A list of original residences before we leveled the neighborhood. I guess they were looking for some of the old residents. They pulled out a list of the folks who didn't take the offer, folks who moved elsewhere, but they filled that back, out of order. So I guess they didn't find what they were looking for there. Excuse me, one moment. I have something to say. I have an aside. I have one of my famous Katie asides. So, again, this is something I talk about in the video, but it's really important, so it bears repeating. This idea of relocating people and bringing them somewhere else is based on a real thing that happened kind of again and again throughout the 1900s, all throughout Appalachia, often for dams, but really to relocate people for big infrastructure projects, and just sort of saying, no, you can't live here anymore. Here's a little bit of money, here's a place to relocate to, and this is your new life. And you don't really get a say in the matter. And the rest of the country, we, again, had like really huge material benefits from that. the hydroelectric dams that were built on that relocated land that supplied a lot of electricity that was necessary for the war effort again, for electrifying the nation. A lot of natural resources like logging, the coal mining, making room for more coal mines, making room for more mining operations. These were all places that all reasons that we relocated people for. And it sucks. It sucks to have your entire home taken away from you, even if they pay you a little bit for it. Like, is that really something that you can put a price on, especially if you and your family have lived there for generations? So again, I think this is another example of a sacrifice that folks in Appalachia have, made for the rest of our nation. And that's why, like, it sucks how quickly Hurricane Helene and Milton have kind of, but especially Helene, has kind of like left the news cycle, especially with the election coming up, and there's news all the time. And like, we've already forgotten about it, but the destruction remains. Like, this destruction is still there. And that's why I'm really proud of us for how much we've raised. And if you're still able, this is kind of what time is it now? It's 9:20, so we're in the last 40 minutes or so of this stream. So it's kind of your last chance to give a little bit of money, and this is the last time I'll ask folks to drop a few dollars. If you have it, if you're available, don't empty your bank account for it. Absolutely make sure that you are still safe and financially secure. But if you're able, I think this is a really, really worthy cause for a part of the world that, especially for folks here in the U.S., has really had our back time and time again. Oftentimes, when they didn't really want to. But it's really bitten the bullet for us. And so I think now is a really beautiful time for us to have their back. So, anyway, that's the last time I will pitch you for money. Or I will pitch you to try and give the cause a little bit of money. Let me post the thingy again. It's pretty. I'll just pin that message. There we go. There's a pinned message now. Yeah. So if you're able to give a little money, that's well appreciated. But anyway, let's continue on and have a good time with the rest of our stream here. James. Hey, while I have you here, work's kind of slowed down, and it seems like, I know you folks know what you're doing, but it seems like the residents are just kind of settling in. We'll get you boys back to work soon. Yeah, sure, I get ya. You happen to get that last invoice? Really tense relationship between the museum staff and the folks who live here. I think in a lot of ways Act 2 is about the way that institutions that are supposed to protect us have failed us, both in healthcare, as we see a couple examples of healthcare being impossible in the U.S., and also government institutions that are supposed to keep us housed, or say that they'll keep us housed. The Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces seems to be reclaiming spaces that maybe there's no reason those spaces should belong to them, but they're the government, so what are you going to do? Sadie. Do you know, at first I thought it might be Hudson walking... Excuse me. I thought it might be Hudson walking up to visit. I heard him working on his boat just a bit earlier, before the storm started. But then I saw the stranger's limping gait and the young woman with him, and I knew it couldn't be. I invited them in for a glass of bourbon, which they politely declined, so I just talked to them on the porch for a bit. What'd you talk about? Another sad thing about hurricane relief, or maybe lack of it, is Kieran's husband is in National Guard, and they were going to send a bunch of guys to do relief work, but the pay was the minimum amount. Oof. About half as much as they paid the Guard to do electrical work on another military base. Oh, I guess the National Guard don't even have a suitable disaster relief fund saved up. That's... Like, we have to take care of our... Just just so frustrating to see our country like unable or unwilling to take care of itself and the people. It's like, what are we doing here? I don't know. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. We talked for a bit about the neighborhood. I told them about Hudson and his sailboat, and the nice young couple in the greenhouse, and the charming Dr. Truman who used to live here. They were very interested in him, but of course, well, I don't know where he went. Do you know, I don't believe either of them have ever I don't believe either of them had ever set foot on a houseboat before. I don't know that the older man had ever seen an ocean, in fact. It has always been my fondest dream to retire on a houseboat. That's why I accepted your offer and moved in here. It isn't perfect, but what home ever is? I only wish the house would sway a bit. I find it settles my nerves. Well, if we have another storm like that last one. I love the diversity of homes. Like, here we see, just in our view, we see a scaffolding back here. We see a houseboat, a tent, a trailer, and this is actually an unearthed bunker. How cool is that? Like a World War II bunker. I heard them banging around out there, and I just stayed quiet. I don't know what they wanted. I just put my headphones on and tried to ignore them, to tell you the truth. Man, it seems like it would be really hard to get out of your bunker if you lived in the bunker. Oh, and a rail cart? That's another dwelling for some people. Also, I just think it's so well designed, the way that people come out to meet you and the spotlight goes on. It's so theatrical. I love it. But because you can walk around, there's like this really cool interactive element to it. It's amazing. I don't think the forklift is a dwelling. I just think that's just part of the construction going on. Here we see, I guess, for lack of a better term, a hobo. He's got a banjo and a harmonica, and I don't know what that is. Maybe a cup of some sort? Oh, it's a guitar. Do you think this might be the guy who we saw playing with a dog back out on the road? No, I don't think he is, because I think we can go out and find him on the road. Oh no, I have to sneeze. Oh my god, that's so frustrating. You know the moment when you like have to sneeze and then you can't sneeze? I thought I did, and then I didn't. Oh, my life is so hard. Walker. Sure, I talked to him for a bit. Actually, we talked for quite a while. I wasn't busy. I was happy for the company. Can't sleep in a storm like that. I never could. Here again we have this sort of mentioning of like, oh, I can't sleep in a storm. What are the circumstances under which you can sleep, I think is a really interesting thing to keep an eye on in the game. Why can't you sleep in a storm? Bad memories. Besides, it leaks back there. You've got to fix that roof. There was a steady stream running down the back wall and it right through my, this little exhibit thing. Anyway, it was just going like a river all night. It's a damn hazard. You got wires everywhere. Don't you people have anyone to look at this stuff? So the museum is doing a terrible job at being a landlord, frankly, for lack of a better word. Oh my god, I just noticed this. He's under a highway. So he's like living in an underpass. Oh my gosh. And it's sort of replicated here. Oh my god, just give the guy a regular house. Good lord. So I wanted to kind of show off these. Here's the barn. We see the barn here. I don't think we can do anything with the barn. No. But there is a dog house. Dogs live in a dog house. A chicken coop. And of course, I don't quite know what, but something with her mom collecting canaries. The moment I now recall most clearly from their short visit, was the birdcage exhibit. The old man stopped to rest, or maybe to think. The young woman had been anxious up to that point, but she stopped as well and examined the birdcage more closely. It seemed to elicit a tenderness from her. She ran one fingernail along the bars of a wire cage, making out a tuneless scale, like a child's xylophone. And then they moved on. So Shannon has an affection for bird cages, I think because of her mom. It is. It is impossible, Wizard. I've been going for, oh my god, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 6 hours, almost 6 hours. And like, we're just going to get through Act 2 and I've barely talked about half of the things that I could be talking about. It's insane. Can't relax when you smell smoke due to bad memories. Yeesh. Very close by a bushfire. Oh my gosh. Really? Oh my goodness, that's so traumatic. I have friends who have been really close to wildfires because, yeah, I'm on the West Coast here in the U.S. and we are no stranger to out-of-control wildfires. Yeah, it's scary. It's really scary. I'm so sad that you can't relax when you smell smoke. I really love a good bonfire, and so that's very sad. Okay, so we'll talk to Flora, and then we'll go upstairs. I was playing in that empty cabin, and they came by. They asked about Dr. Truman. I know where he went, but I didn't tell him. Did you talk about anything else? The lady asked me about her parents, and I told them they were upstairs in the greenhouse. Do you want to hear a weird story? Oh my god, of course I do. The old man asked me about the cabin. He said it looked like another house he knew, and he wanted to know where it came from. I told him nobody lived there, so he went inside. He took a long time exploring. When he came back, he told me all about it. Where was the other house he knew? And we see this darkness closing in on us. Every time this darkness is closing in on us, Cardboard Computer is trying to give us another half-asleep moment through text. This moment where we're transported to another place and left to sort of imagine something. Oh my god, Wizard, that would be so cool. Like an art book. Oh, I would love that. Or like a Bible. I guess it's not like a show Bible. It's like a game Bible. I don't remember. He seemed sad. Was it the place where something sad happened? Yeah, I remember. He woke up one morning and he didn't know where he was. He was all alone. He waited all day for someone to come and tell him why he was there, but nobody did. So he left at sundown. He went upstairs and he also looked around the other rooms. I played with the dog. What was the dog like? The lady said he just follows them around. I wish I had a dog that followed me around. I'd name him something really cool like Vladimir or Estragon. Now, the part that's weird. He said he went into the basement. The cabin doesn't have a basement. He said he found a secret door in the floor. Then he found a rope leading down a long pit, and he climbed down. It was so long, his arms got very tired, and he fell in the dark. He didn't get hurt, though. He crawled through a tunnel where he found a hidden garden. The garden was very dangerous. But he escaped, because he's very tall. So then he came back out of the cabin, and we said goodbye. I didn't talk to him anymore. It's such a weird, surreal moment that the game just sort of springs on you. I don't know what that is. From Waiting for Godot. Wait, what's From Waiting for Godot? I'm sorry, I'm like 1,000 years behind you guys. Or you're 1,000 years behind me, depending on your perspective. Either way, we're a millennia apart from each other. Lonely, isn't it? Let's go upstairs. And then I can show you something really cool. Vladimir and Estragon are characters from Godot. Oh. See, everything's from something. That's crazy, man. I'm not really a Godot person. And so there have been so many Godot references that have just whooshed right over my head. Boat! Hi, boat. Welcome in. Pardon my coughing. So glad you've been able to make it. Welcome to Act 2, Kentucky Route Zero. We're having a great time. Okay. Oh, this is definitely umbrella weather. We're going to need that umbrella. So I want to go this way. I don't think I've ever actually gone this way in any of my playthroughs. Oh, there's Julian. Did you guys see Julian? We were working in the greenhouse and I saw them come up from the elevator. They were lost, obviously. It was obvious. Okay. Nothing to say to me. That's fine. Oh my gosh, Rise! Hey! Oh, it's been so long since we've talked over a stream. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Good to see you. Of course I saw them looking at that odd-shaped building, the rounded metal one. Yeah, that one. House of the future sort of thing. I've always thought it looked more like a grain bin. Actually, I guess it's sort of romantic. Anyway, they seemed interested in it. Tired, huddling under their umbrellas, they still stopped to examine this strange building. It is a strange building, wouldn't you say? Let's talk about it.
When you're here at the Henry Ford, you might look this way and think, whoa, I'm in the flying saucer section. Nope, that's about the only thing they don't have here. This is the Dymaxion house. In the past, this was the future. But now that it's the future, this is in the past. Got it? Good, because I don't think I do. I must admit, I don't know what Dymaxion means. What do you think it means, Olivia?
I think it means like something with a new invention.
What does Dy stand for?
Diffusion.
Mary, you're a teacher. You're on the hook now.
Dyna means dynamic. It's something
Keep going. Your students are watching at home.
dynamically Maxian.
So Dymaxion means it is a state of something that has a maximum dynamic. And if you're talking about a dynamic Dymaxion house, then the house is a state of maximum dynamics.
Sounds impressive, but I wanted to be sure. Built in 1945, the Dymaxion house was the brainchild of inventor-designer Buckminster Fuller, who wanted to find a solution to meet the need for mass-produced, affordable, and easily transportable housing after World War II. The Henry Ford's Mark Ruther enlightened me on the Dymaxion house's name and its exemplary design. Okay, so Mark, why is it called the Dymaxion house?
Dynamic maximum tension. Buckminster Fuller, he contracted that into Dymaxion.
Well, I get dynamic, I understand maximum, but I don't understand tension. I'm perfectly relaxed here.
Well, let me tell you all about tension. Okay, so this is the tension I'm talking about. This floor, these walls, this ceiling is all hanging from this central mast. All of this is in tension.
It's kind of like a...
Kind of like an umbrella.
An umbrella.
Absolutely, yep. Very, very, very strong umbrella with one simple, small foundation in the center. It's designed to be packed into an aluminum tube, shipped anywhere in the United States. This was a prototype. This is the only surviving Dymaxion house. There are only 2 ever built.
So what does this place have in terms of closet space?
Yeah, the closets are actually well camouflaged. They're part of the modules, if you will, that separate the rooms. So when you press that button, for instance, give it a try. Go on. So there's features like revolving shelves. There's
It's like an automat.
Indeed, yes.
I would love that.
As
closet.
visitors
That sounds
looked to
great.
see if they could park this round house inside a square trailer park, I searched for the perfect candidate to flip this Dymaxion. I think you'd be very, very happy in this Dymaxion house. It's got 1,017 square feet of living space, a very 21st century space at 1946 prices, only $6,500, and we will throw in free shipping. Really great selling point. You don't like your neighbors? You can always pick up the house and move. So are you ready to buy the Dymaxion house?
Only if I can change the name.
What would you change it to?
Moe's Diner.
That's so flattering. Does that mean I have to live here?
And cook.
Oh, what a cheesy ending. Anyway, so that's the Dymaxion house. There's so much more than just the Dymaxion house that Buckminster Fuller designed. He also designed the Dymaxion map, the Dymaxion sleep schedule. What else do we have here? The Dymaxion car. Like, it was a Dymaxion everything. Dymaxion has, as I said, stands for dynamic maximum tension. They came up with the name. I read this part on Wikipedia. They had a writer follow him around for like a week. Buckminster Fuller around for a week, and they're like, man, he sure says dynamic maximum attention a lot. Let's just combine. They must be his favorite words. Let's just combine them together. Yeah, it's like this, the Dymaxion sleep schedule. It's like interval sleeping. So it's like, oh, every hour take a 10-minute nap or something. It's like, it's an insane sleep schedule. I don't know if that's the exact sleep schedule, but it's completely insane like that. A couple other facts about the Dymaxion house that I thought were interesting. Let's enjoy some ambiance, actually. Let's go back to the game and enjoy a little ambiance, because I think the rain's really nice. So there's a toilet in the center of the Dymaxion house. That's where the toilet is. And it's like a porta potty. It's like a package toilet that you kind of like empty out, which is so gross. 20-minute naps every 6 hours. I couldn't do that. I would be terrible at that. I don't know. I can't fall asleep on command like that. I'd be like 18 minutes into my 20-minute nap or 30-minute nap, and I'd be like, all right, I can get 10 minutes of sleep or something. It would not work for me. Yeah, stop trying to make Dymaxion happen. Exactly. It's not working, man. Tried to do the sleep schedule freshman year of college and threw up pizza rolls. Thought the tomato sauce was blood. Oh no. I'm right with you, Shot. I can't nap for anything. So it's this one insane man's vision of this like idealized future. And I just watched Megalopolis recently, which is a movie about one insane man's vision for utopia, directed by one insane man who had a vision for the perfect movie. So it really struck me, this idea of the Dymaxion house. Oh, another fact about the Dymaxion house, it was kind of constructed so that there was like a natural sort of vortex downward flow. And the idea is that you would very rarely have to dust because all of the dirt is always being cycled down just from the natural airflow, which would be cool. I would like to dust less, so that part would be cool. But I'm not really into the package toilet that's in the center of my home, and also the center shaft that's hollow where the toilet is. That's supposed to be ventilation, so you don't smell any of the toilet smells. I don't have a decent sleep schedule. Anybody here have a decent sleep schedule? Can you give us tips? Do not say sleep hygiene to me. Do not say sleep hygiene to me. Anyway, so why did he design this stupid house? I would never want to live in this house. I'm so sorry. It sounds like a nightmare. You do, but your mom doesn't. Aw. Oh, little kangaroos. Aw, little kangaroos. That sounds very cute, but also very strong. I hear kangaroos are quite strong. Okay, so the Dymaxion house, they were designed to be built in aircraft factories that were really, really big. You need a lot of room to build an airplane. And now that World War II is over, we have all of these leftover aircraft factories that are disused, and we have all these soldiers coming back from war. So this is perfect. We'll just set up these little pod houses, basically, for them in these disused aircraft factories. It makes sense on paper, right? It's this thing that makes sense on paper, but in actuality it's very unpleasant, and nobody ever wanted to live there. And I thought it was really interesting to bring the Dymaxion house up in comparison to Bachelard's Poetics of Space, and this idea of like, well, what do we want a space to feel like? Because the Dymaxion house is a space that is designed to be this perfect utility house, right? It has all of the functions and it performs them like maximally efficiently. But it's not really fun to be in the house. The vibe is weird in the house. And so I think something that Kentucky Route Zero encourages us to think about is like, well, how do we bring these things in harmony? You know, how do we bring the utility that we need to survive in a challenging future, what with the climate change and the wealth inequality and all the great stuff that we have to deal with and the inaffordability of housing right now? How do we deal with that practicality while also creating spaces that people actually want to live in? Creating solutions that are attractive to people. Couldn't get Dymaxian vibes precisely. So let's return to the storm. Ooh, that's a loud storm. It's a loud storm. Let's meet Ezra, who I think might be named for Ezra Pound. That's just a theory. I don't know. Oh, wait, where's Ezra? He's supposed to be here. Oh no, we're going down. I didn't mean to go down. Sorry, everybody. We're have to gonna go up and down. And wait for the dog to get in. There he goes. I got confused. Classic Katie getting confused. do. Let's go up. This is a kind of a satisfying elevator sound, though. I like that. Fabulous sound design. Incredible sound design in this game. Okay. There's Julian! Julian, I love you! There's somebody. I'm always really struck by how on the top floor the houses are much nicer than they are downstairs, except for maybe the Dymaxian house. Like, look, this is practically like a mansion. I didn't see or hear a thing all night. I was in the back doing inventory when they came by. I got 30 cases of candles in, and each one of those got to be individually labeled, you know? But I heard from some of the other neighbors that they weren't up to any harm. Just passing through. Oh, 'cause this is a storefront. Storefront's up here. It's not really a dwelling. I guess unless you live upstairs, like in Bob's Burgers. Ezra. I saw you folks drive up. I like your truck. What kind of truck is that? It doesn't belong to me. I just drive it. Yeah, I knew you were a driver. What's the biggest haul you ever did? I moved a couple horses once in a different truck. Me and Julian move whole houses every night. That's a lot bigger than a couple horses. Who's Julian? I live at the top floor where the villas are. Kentucky Route Zero equivalent of Yoshikaga Kira, probably. I am striking out on your references, Sean. I am so sorry. Julian's my brother. He's a lot bigger and stronger, and he has more feathers than me, but he's still my brother. Where are your parents? Well, I don't know where they are. Me and Julian were looking for them for a while, but, well, we got a job to do. Gotta move these houses. Oh, where do you take the houses? Me and Julian take them out to the forest every night, and then we bring them back at dawn before the museum opens. Incredible, efficient, totally inefficient bureaucracy. We love to see it. It's classic. Why do you take them into the forest? The museum's an okay place to live in the daytime, but no good at night. Folks can't sleep in a place like this. Can't sleep in a place like the museum. It's not home. Or when they do, it gives them nightmares. So we take them out to the forest to sleep and then bring them back in the morning. Is your family out in the forest? Well, they're not. I'm getting pretty tired myself. He hurt his leg. We're looking for Dr. Truman to help him out. Is he in the forest? Yes, ma'am. He's out in the forest. Me and Julian took him out there a few nights ago, and he didn't want to come back. He lives there all the time now. Can you tell us how to get there? You have to follow the Green River way out east, and then hop over Lake Cumberland. Roads don't go there. But me and Julian can take you. We were just about to go anyway. Oh, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Okay. Got you. Love this part. This is such a dramatic moment. Let's see it. So good. It's so good. Now, a fun Kentucky Route Zero fact that I have for you. When Act 2 launched, there was a bug that some people had where the game would crash at that point. And they didn't have time to fix it out. They just wanted to get the gosh darn game out. They didn't have time to figure out what the bug was, and so they kind of left it into the ship. And what they did is, if the game crashed there, they added a flag to say, when you boot up the game, if it had crashed at that point, then Shannon shakes Conway, and she's like, Conway, you passed out for a second. What happened? So they made the crash diegetic just because they couldn't fix the bug, which I think is fantastic. Anyway, oh, what does the museum look like from on high? From this height, the museum looks like a blocky crater, slowly filling in with rain. Also, this is the first time that we see or hear about the storm that's going to devastate the town. Oh, let's check in on Equisoils. From this angle, the building looks strange and abstract, like a pile of intersecting boxes and triangles. You know what they say, creativity works best when confined somehow. And they were confined by both time, well, I guess mostly by time, to fix that bug. So they came up with a very creative solution. I think this is the right river to follow. I'm not 100% sure. I know that the path kinda fades out after a little while. And if you keep going, yes, there it is. I think it's this way to the forest. Oh, a small light. A light in the hills. Probably a small fire. A few figures are clustered around a crude network of tanks and pipes. Oh, that's mysterious. I wonder what that is. Ugh, I just love Julian and the map. It's so cool. So like, anyway, I'm just gonna shut up for a second so you guys can enjoy the vibe. It's a good vibe. So Sean, would you rather live, by that logic, would you rather live in Kentucky Route Zero world than our world? I don't know if I would. It seems confusing and sadder than normal. Not sadder than normal, because all the sad stuff they're talking about exists in our world, but like, it's just more in your face about it. There's just no respite from the sad. Though it is beautiful. Oh, I just love Julian. The forest is so loud at night. Honestly, I don't know how anybody sleeps out here. I have like been in places that are this loud with night noises, and I struggle to sleep. It's just so deafening. Also feels more poetic when contextualized in a game. That's true. That's why we need the art, right, Chu? It's Emily, Ben, and Bob! They're singing our song for this act. It's okay, just take it easy. We've got to get back on the road. We will, but we need to get this leg looked at first. Right now, you're in no condition to haul anything out of that truck, even when we do find Dogwood Drive. Why is this delivery so important to you? It's my last delivery. Oh, you're retiring or something? Or, sorry. Lizette's closing up shop. That's, damn. Talk to the doggy. How'd you come to be with these people? I bet you were pretty wild when you were younger. When I'm old like you, I'll still be wild. This idea of wild comes back again and again in this game. Oh, also, I should note, this depiction that we're going to see throughout the forest here, an image projected onto the trees and not in between the trees, it's a Magritte. It's a reference to Magritte, a surrealist painter. Love that. Just walk through the forest, enjoy the ambiance. Shouldn't be much farther now. I think I see where the settlement ends over there. Some fine looking trees. Yeah, really nice. You a tree enthusiast? I like birds. Birds like trees. Okay, I can follow that logic. You're in a lot of pain right now, aren't you? I just need to rest. We're almost there. Dr. Truman will have a nice couch or something you can rest on, and some medicine or something, I don't know. Have you ever been here in the winter? I bet the lake freezes. You can walk anywhere. Oh, I don't think I've heard of Beastie Ball. That's so cute. That sounds great, Sean. I love how you can see these different perspectives on all these homes that we saw in the museum. This red car, also, this is the car that Weaver drives. It was in the driveway at the Marquez household, or the Marquez farmhouse in Act 1. Shannon. Do you have any family you're close with? Brother or sister? Kids? I mean, just Lizette's family, I guess. It's beautiful. I mean, Ben Babbitt did such a good job with these folk songs. He said that because he's like originally from Chicago, I think, and he's not a folk artist at all. And he's like, it was kind of like learning a foreign language, but like you wouldn't know it from the way he performs it. It's gorgeous. It's stunning. At least, I mean, I can't tell. I mean, I'm not like I'm a huge folk enthusiast or something, but I think they're incredible performances. They have so much heart in them. Husband, bunch of kids. She had this great kid named Charlie, but sorry. I guess I was always closest with Weaver. As close as someone can be with a girl like that. She was always on her own wavelength, but we were the same age growing up, and everyone else was so busy. When she disappeared, I got pretty angry. And I guess I just stayed that way. I never really understood her, but I knew her. It's lonely without someone like that around. Sorry, you're a good listener. You have a way of falling behind, don't you? Me? I'm always too far ahead. Maybe I should slow down a bit, like you. I mean, I've been walking. I've been moseying as Ezra. Just to enjoy the vibe a little bit longer. The way that the houses appear and disappear, they're so ephemeral. They're split apart between the trees. It's just so on point. He's inside with Dr. Truman. You coming in? Sure, I'll come in. Dr. Truman lets me watch TV sometimes. My folks never watch TV, but I like the way it looks. You said you lost track of your family earlier? Yeah, it's easy to get lost, especially out in the woods like this. I never really get lost, though. I just look out for Julian. He's always around. My folks had a really nice house, bigger than any of these houses, but it made them worried all the time. Then the bank took it back. So I think Ezra's pretty clearly alluding to his parents got a subprime mortgage on a house that seemed like a great deal at the time, but they couldn't afford it. And when the housing market crashed, the bank foreclosed on their house and they lost their home. Pretty sad stuff. Pretty sad stuff. A lot of people lost their homes. And Ezra is basically a victim of that. It's different after the pandemic. Haven't seen my siblings or their kids for so long. Oof. Yeah. That's true, Sean. It's I don't know. Like I said, I think this game is more relevant than ever. More relevant every year in a really scary way. We had to sleep at the bus station, but I couldn't ever get to sleep. Ezra can't sleep at the bus station. It doesn't feel like home. It's not safe to him. This idea of like, where can you sleep? That's where home is. So I just went out to fly every night with Julian. We flew really far and we never got lost. But when we came back in the morning, they were all gone. They just left you? I don't think so. All our stuff was still there. Maybe they got lost somewhere. Let's go see what's on TV. And yeah, I think during that exit interview is when I really realized how badly they had me. But how else can you pay for medical school? I have college friends with debt that you can't expect to pay that back unless you're planning to sell painkillers on the side or something. Or, some kind of administrative thing. I don't know. Having seen what arthritis did to my grandmother, and my best friend in high school destroy his wrists building synthesizers, actually based on a true story that happened to the folks at Cardboard Computer. Actually, this is an interesting moment that wrists and joints became a louder theme for Cardboard Computer while they were writing and creating Act 2, because Thomas Kamency, who was responsible for a lot of the art direction, he spent so long working on these assets that he started to get carpal tunnel issues and have a lot of wrist joint pain. And so them going to see a joint doctor, it was always part of the script, but it just became a lot more personal to them as they were writing, which I just think that's really interesting. I mean, he was 17. Ailments of the joints and limbs just seem important to me. I hope that answers your questions. Getting a scholarship with that pharmaceutical company had a lot of strings attached, but at least I have somewhere to practice, even if I have to follow their market trends a bit. And hey, thanks to all those seminars, I'm an expert on the medical uses of Noripinol TM. It's not so bad. So, how about that leg? What happened exactly? Something more poetic or something more literal? Let's go with something more poetic. Yeah, art imitated life, exactly. Grabbed? Like an animal or a piece of machinery? Could be ugly. I've seen more joints twisted right out of... never mind. Let's start with the examination. Coming from the TV here. Here, let's turn it up a little bit. It's like a fun, jaunty version of the sad folk song we were listening to. I just think that's fun. I like the jaunty version. So Ezra wants to know what they're singing about, and Shannon can say travel, going home, hard times. And like all three are true about this song. So once again, choices don't matter, right? Let's say going home. Yeah, they're singing about their home because they're lost right now. It's a scary song. It's not scary, it's hopeful. I think it's scary. I think it's a scary song. They can still sing about it. Your friend's in pretty bad shape, isn't he? But it's nothing we can't handle. You might have a few things to look out for in the future. Be a bit gentler with the leg or the way you walk, but you'll be okay. I've dealt with similar cases before. So, the anesthetic we'll use is called Neripnol TM. It's pretty experimental, but it's more appropriate in cases like yours. The way it works is I'll count backwards from 5 to start the process, and then we'll just have a normal conversation as the Neripnol TM takes effect. Then I'll get started. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So let's talk about billing for a moment. The pharmaceutical company I'm contracted with was recently acquired by an energy company that had some different standards, and that's all I can get. That's all I could get. Oh man. It still makes me so angry that like he would put Conway under and be like, let's talk about billing. It's inhuman, honestly. It's inhuman and it's so predatory. And that's the end of Act 2. All right, guys, we're coming to a close tonight. Let's do one last refresh. I don't think we've gotten, it would be insane to get extra donations now, but we got to make sure. Okay, looks like that's everything. Let me just double check here on the main. I really don't want to miss reading anything. Okay, good deal. That's everything. Wow. Thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. I think that this game it really means a lot to me, this game, especially since, well, I mean, since everything. I've spent so long thinking about it. So anyway, I kind of just wanted to end tonight with a quote, if that's okay with you guys. This is from Gaston Bachelard, The Poetics of Space. Maybe it's a good thing for us to keep a few dreams of a house that we shall live in later, always later, so much later, in fact, that we shall not have time to achieve it. For a house that was final, one that stood in symmetrical relation to the house we were born in, would lead to thoughts, serious, sad thoughts, and not to dreams. It's better to live in a state of impermanence than in one of finality. Thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. Let me read the last few comments here, and then we'll call it. When I was around 20, my mom and I got into a car accident. You had a compression fracture in your lumbar spine. Oof. Man, it's lucky you were young and able to recover. Not everybody's so lucky. Wizard, this is a sort of financial version of the generational trauma where one company screwed up and then it carried down to him. That hits hard. That also hits hard. All right, guys. Thank you so much. May we all be living in a state of impermanence, seeking that final impossible house to call home. Good night, everybody.